Okay. We let this roll to start with. I have a new setup here since the last time I did Brave New World. As in, you can now see my goo face. And I can show off some of this documentation I've been using all this time. You've heard it wrinkle and crinkle throughout all the previous 6 laps. Actual paper, not just showmanship. Someday I will unprint the unlock me. We're not there yet. Tested to confirm that this patch worked, and there's TMAFK before they beat Kefka. Let's start anew. So, last time we turned off experience immediately and had to rely on luck and the best equipment you can locate in the game to get through each of the blocks. Get through the game, period. This one I'm thinking is going to be very much the opposite and should be scores easier. Which will be good for my sanity before the next one that I have planned that will be much worse than this. But first, Brave New World 2.0, there's a beta involved. This time we're going to do it without equipment. No defensive or offensive buffs that you can acquire through gear. Just a bunch of nudists going to save the world. This is going to have the levels and the magics, the 2 things that the last one did not have. No levels or magics. Should change things up a bit to not have access to any of the good gear. I do. Hey, BTB. And hello, Clark. No equipment, no pants. The opposite of the low-level, no magic run I just did. It's going to be no levels, full equipment, no magic. We're not going to do levels. Minimum is necessary. I did. I had to shave at the end of the 2-month lockdown. This is I do it every Monday before work. But the office is closed this week because we had someone test positive. So I've been here all week. So, first things we want to do, I want to confirm, yes, we're in B12. You're not touching this until we don't need to? Oh yeah, because Optimum was removed, I can't just set it to delete. Entirely different. I was even sitting in this same spot, I believe, from the one I put in the Discord. I've also been working pretty hard at my new treadmill, so I am also down like 15 pounds from the last time you saw me. Oh yeah, let's make this as eye-grating as possible. Because I can do this. Let's soften up these blues a little bit. There we go. Appropriate. The Chocobo is so much fun to play around with. We can make this work green. Now we're talking. But before, when I avoided battle where I could, I'm gonna have to change the font if I'm gonna do this. would be a good font to put on front of this. Oh wait. Alright, no one got a turn, it doesn't matter yet. Let's... Right, very important thing needs to happen. Empty. Had they attacked, I probably would have still restarted. I can't remove Wedge and Biggs. There would be a few people that get to keep their pants. I'm not liking the green and purple. Oh, what if I make it like a red and green? What if we embrace the full Christmas? You know, Christmas in January. It is snowing outside. There's snow on the ground. Again, BCB, that's the white stuff that falls from the sky in movies. Makes people terrible drivers. Yeah, let's take that purple. Make it a little red. Like a deeper red. Means cocaine falls from the sky. You are close to the Mexican border, right? I feel like I'm heading in the right direction there. Let's soften the green. Gotta brighten that font. Adversely, embrace the yellow. No, don't avoid it. We need every advantage we can get. I imagine the first grind is gonna be at the South Figaro pond. Just for a little buffer for Mount Colts, and then spend some time stealing Slim Jims and getting levels, because I'm going to need it for Locke and Celis against Tunnel Armor, because without a sword to Runic, I'm going to need to rely on casting Ice and snapping the Thunder Rod. Got best I got through his shell. But with levels, it shouldn't be so bad. That still wasn't enough to get fire. Oh wait, no, here we are. This will be the closest to a regular run I get to do before the next lap, where I'll get to do a couple regular runs. Created a masterpiece. And now with the existence of fire, we're gonna have to start trying to train my eyes to not be annoyed at the Distract-A-B. Distract ATB. The I feel totally unnecessary countdown. This is the only place where I would find that remotely interesting would be on Gao and Numaro. To see when they do get to go, but you get a feel for it. Oh, excellent. That was the idea of mine you took. Excellent. I'm not liking this yellow on Christmas. Let's, I've never used this dirt one. Yeah, let's go dirt. That top save that was there to confirm that the dino in the tutorial house can in fact die. After my last oops at... Oh, it kept the yellow font, though. This mustard yellow... You know, I kind of like the mustard yellow on the dirt. How's that showing up for you? Oh, trash day. I'm like, what is that outside my window? It's hideous. Perfect. I definitely mashed A through the test run and discovered that the shell cast discharge for the damage cap. That's a fun giggle. And appropriate since the save point is like, you know, right there. Move this font back. Oh, that's the window. Hold on. We could go full Wild Arms. Wild Arms lets you customize everything in the game. You draw your own borders, draw your own icons. It's something that they put in there that I didn't feel was necessary, but it's cute. Although, about the Distract ATB, I am impressed that the game can handle running one more set of, another function or algorithm or just mathing. After doing a playthrough of Dragon Warrior 3 on the NES, which is a very bright game, I booted up Brave New World and thought my monitor brightness setting was down. It's just a very dark game compared to like some NES games. I think it's been mentioned of like it's insanely packed. So like you're scrapping entire NPCs just to do anything else, which is wild. But I'm just surprised that it could handle the processing power of running anything more. You've already added all these extra checks for the null and the miss and this and that. Oh, BTB, when am I... Is this ever coming? The nicer version that I can just print after before lap 2? Or was it lost in the mail? could just as easily have the unlock me up on the other monitor, but I like having the papers. As is your prerogative. Working man resistant to fire. Not resistant. To my fist. Oh. You can't put your cats to work? We'll leave Team AFK down there for now. Ow. Punch him. I don't know why the miner is against us, but he's just in here doing his job. Morning, Flop. Oh, it's so nice to have fire on Terra. She doesn't learn fire right off the bat, so if she doesn't gain a level, she doesn't have it. No equipment means no X magic. No elemental immunities, aside from Espers. This time, no pants, Floppy. Not on me, in the game. No equipment. So actually make Cyan's duel a little tough there, huh? Probably open with the Slim Jim, and that should be enough from the back row to punch him down. I feel like it was the opposite of the last one I did. With the low level and the best equipment. I'm kind of liking how soft this dirt background is. I don't think I've ever used the dirt background. This just reminds me of probably one of the better things about that one other mod I played of Final Fantasy VI fairly recently of Return of the Dark Sorcerer. Of strip you down to Mog and Miss Mig. Putting the Moogle Mog in the Battle of Narsh. What, one battle for Cave Day? Dusk Requiem. Step aside, lock it in there. No, I can't unequip the rest of these. Otherwise, I'd strip them too. No weapons, no armor, no accessories. The only thing you can wear is your wizard stone. Should back row you then, Locke. Experience. Yeah, at least we can cast spells. Something I haven't done in a while. Kupek, Kopop, Kumama. Give Locke all the experience we can. Force down his gullet. I didn't think about Science Duel before this. The only roadblock I was really thinking of was Celis and the tunnel armor. Fight me. Captain. Punch a dog. I'll have plenty of money for supplies, since I'm not going to be buying anything and selling all the equipment I can. It's like pulling teeth, right? Just realized the chat has not been on. There we go. and all the setup for the new layout. Now the crowning moment that I managed to patch this properly. That this dino will fall. Nice. Did it. Just, I love it. We thought that was dumb. It's a little known fact that there's an Easter egg in the code that if the game can give you a 69, it will. That's not true, but it would be funny. If it's within 10% of it, it'll just slide the last 2 digits over. Alright, we can fight these. It's only one nerd. Nice. See, that would have done 10 damage, but because of BTB's Easter egg code, it did 11, so it pushed it to 69. I think I'll probably save that and put that on my stream at some point. Just have that pop up every time it happens. You can set that up to a hotkey too. Just push one button and up pops that. Nice! Bruh, look, we did it. Perfection. Don't ruin this. Sandray! Now you burn. Actually going to save that image. Who doesn't love Bill and Ted, man? I gotta see that new Bill and Ted movie. Hey, I rewatched those movies lately, and they held up pretty well. Alright, so anything we cannot throw. Well, this is cash. I'm not gonna need cash. What am I talking about? Oh, is it? I haven't seen that one lately. You know what? You're not equipable. I'll buy these. Was there a second Zoolander? I never saw the second Anchorman. There was a period of time there where, like, the Will Ferrell and Vince Vaughn group, like, owned television. Like, all of comedy. They had a lot of good movies, like, back to back. Old School, Wedding Crashers, Anchorman. I haven't seen Wedding Crashers in a little bit. Hello, Monica. Every now and then I'll pop onto Twitch to see if anyone's streaming Brave New World that has a somewhat pleasant stream to look at. And you see all those people streaming the Android or Steam version or what have you. It doesn't look nice at all. Like, they paid someone to do that, and that was the result they came out. Why are you walking across the desert, you fool? Should have gotten yourself a bird. .3D printed chocobo. Dropped him one time, his foot fell off. I had to super glue it back on. Got it! Yes! The double frame perfect. a very dark contrast between Final Fantasy V's colorful adventure and the dark melodrama that is 6. The one where the bad guy wins. Suppose in 7 you could also make an argument that Sephiroth won. If the heroes never got involved, the meteor still would have almost hit the planet, and the planet still would have defended itself, and you were inconsequential to the entire plot as it is. You beat him, but meteor's still coming. Spoilers if you haven't played this game from 1997. Completely inconsequential to the plot, unnecessary, and doesn't need to be there. That's not good story writing. Where if you delete the main character from the game, it doesn't change anything? Like, if it wasn't for us fussing around... Ow. If it wasn't for us fussing around, Kefka probably wouldn't have lost his mind. And if the returners didn't get involved, the Espers would have never been released. As far as we know, because they used us to get to them. Kids loaded for bear. How very polite of the Magitech soldiers. And then he falls. Nice. Hey BTB, what would it take to actually put in that if you're within, I don't know, 4 or 5 digits of a certain number that the game just gives it to you? Because it's kind of already in there with the slots, and the way the slots used to be, like pushing, if you were within like a few reels of getting a 3 of a kind, it just gave it to you. That truck is taking its sweet time. Oh, now it's recycling. They usually come hours apart. Everyone's pantsless? Yes. Okay, we can continue. So I'm gonna want at least level 10 for Terra before Vargas. Let's hang out here for a couple levels. We're gonna need them eventually anyway. I'd rather do it when the party's here rather than lock a whole bunch of numbers at Celis, and then that won't transfer over. To the new members. Auto crossbow's been fairly accurate. I think it's appropriate that the first status spell that Terra learns is Confusion, considering how she spent most of her life confused, wearing the slave crown. Although I could make an argument that that's one skill she should not have. Yes, crack open a beer at... Texas is 2 hours behind Eastern. 7 a.m. Yes, I love it. Oh, it's only 1 hour behind. Interesting. I'm hoping you don't work on Friday then, Flop. Oh, you do? Good enough. We'll probably get that last level on the way out of here. $66. Yeah, we'll get another 3 encounters in here. Turn all this cash into items. I will want for nothing in the items department. Auto crossbow's been remarkably accurate so far. Seen auto crossbows where he misses all 4 of them. Couple fights in a row. Wander around like a drunk there, Edgar. While the bass line of this is really neat, I kind of like that combat music we just listened to for the last 16, 20 hours in Dragon Warrior 3. Oh, she's fine. Alright, 2 fights away. Probably won't do that on the world map. That also means no jumping. Right, these enemies are not worth fighting. They're here to be a pure pain in the butt to teach you, no grinding in here. I guess you're supposed to fire them down one at a time. Punish you for not finishing one off. Multi-targeting? No. Which, you know, that would be a pretty good idea, actually. I'm gonna sell here. Yes. That. Not gonna need those. Storming the castle in our undies. Relying on magic, I am going to need more tinctures than I usually do. I'm not going to be punching, so I'm not too worried about blind. And I'll get the rest of the items here later. Hurry up. Must ride longer. Must ride longer. Now Colts with an S. Didn't notice. I don't think I've noticed before this lap that it changed it from a Z to an S. Honk. Honk. There's that level for Edgar. We're gonna need at least 3 more while we're in here. friend. Give me what's in your pockets. Just meat. Punch you right back. Have a never-ending supply of jerky. These kung fu men carry jerky with them. Both generic and name brand. I prefer to get the name brand stuff from them. I will accept the occasional generic. Kung Fu himself. And to the right there is the Power Glove, which I could sell. Yeah, all relics can be sold. Already more than double the level we were when we beat the game last time. Alright, this was a spear, not the Power Glove. Oh, it can still be sold. Gentlemen. They don't appreciate the crime. Gonna want at least 1, 2, 3. I'm thinking 10 Slim Jims before I leave here. I'm gonna want 2 for tunnel armor, 2 for tunnel armor, 4 for Dataluma. One for Ultros. Ultras will be made a lot easier by just putting haste and regen on Banon. I can come back for more later. The goal of 10 will guarantee give me the levels I want. These guys are not worth fighting. Not with their multi-target attack. Okay, so this is the room we live in until we run out of mana. These guys will give experience, the other formation will give a chance at that name brand jerky. And would you really call Slim Jim a jerky though? Not exactly dried meat, it's just kind of smushed together meat. It's not great. Tastes alright. But I've never had a Slim Jim and been like, man, that was a great idea. Eureka! He's got it! Wandering off. This encounter stings. Tangle some spaghetti. Hopefully that's not nearly as frustrating as untangling Christmas lights. Those things live to get tangled up. Like although with a few command strips and some of the hooks that attach to them, I've managed to keep the wires on my desk from tangling too much. Alright, so just for marker, we're at level 8. I want 10 Slim Jims or level 12, whichever comes first. I feel like 12 is the point where Locke and Celes can work together to kill Tunnel Armor without too much luck. Meat. In fact, I don't have to guess, I can look. I have the documentation. Terra learns slow at 12. She never learns Ice 2. Not that way. Slowing Tunnel Armor while we're Slim Jimmed will also give a boost. If jump is greater or equal to JNL. Jump, if not less. That's how they put it together. But it's conventional name nomenclature. What is this? .420. Blaze that fire. If you do fire damage, it'll try to push you towards 420 as well. Alright, there's one. Nine more. Meat and meat. You just kung fu punched Edgar. Ba ba ba. C Q C. Since we'll be accumulating dry meat throughout this, I'll spend that instead of mana. Meat. Meat. As numbers go up. I feel like level 12 would hit before 9 more Slim Jims, but we'll see what the luck, the fates give us. Edgar has reached 9. I really want 1 for Ultros, 2 for Tunnel Armor. I guess at that point I could come back here with the crew before Big Daddy. no plan so far as to who's going to what sections of the game. We'll probably get more use out of Celes now that she'll have magic. Slow is helpful, because I can't slow with Shadow's weapons. Shadow would still be helpful, because he can do image. They punch, but they don't kick. Awfully polite. Locke, perform the crime. These men exist for you to crime them. Without you, they don't exist. Without them, you don't exist. Alright, Slim Jim number dose. One more on the way back to the save point. Meat. Oops. Alright. Yes! Hello, Joe. At the behest of enough viewers, I have acquired the webcam. Which actually arrived the day I need to use it for a virtual doctor's visit. So, worked out. Not cool with the fact they want to charge me full price for a doctor's visit where where the doctor doesn't even get to see me. I'm not looking at me. I'm not that kind of doctor. I can't take a blood pressure or give you my pulse by counting, by putting my fingers to my neck. It's been a long time since I've had to do anything like that. When the doctor goes, yeah, my best guess, since we can't see you in person, is that it's bronchitis. So I'm just gonna send over a prescription for prednisone. That newfangled naughtiness. All that virtual. I can't even finish that joke. No pants also means no back guard in this run. That's gonna be the most annoying thing. I have heavily relied on back guard for the rudeness. Have we reached the point where we can just auto crossbow multi-fire? End the fight? Yeah. Just no equipment. I can level, I can crime, I can special skill and magic, just no pants. No relics, no protections, no weapons. My thought process was that it is the exact opposite of the low level run, where it was no levels, best equipment, no magic. Oh, and if auto crossbow misses, then at least he's still confused, so yeah, that's fine. That's gonna do good. And oh, low level was definitely going to be harder. This is meant to be a kind of breather. If I wanted to go really extreme, hey Clark. If I wanted to go really extreme, I would have said no espers either. I definitely think with levels, you could do no equipment, no espers. Neat. My first, like, 3 or 4 laps of this game was a speedrun. No equip, no espers, CES. I think at max levels you could still pull that off. You can do it with a team that you never input commands for. He's got that free hoot. It's real good. Have you played this mod yet, Clark? I'm sure at some point, BTB will drop the link in it's above actually now. BTB will drop the link for this in the mod above, or in the chat above. But it is the best way to play Final Fantasy VI because it takes 6 and gives it the difficulty curve of 5. Neat. 5 is very good, is a lot better programming wise than Vanilla 6 because you actually have to strategize or you die. Yeah, there it is, right there. This is the Super Nintendo version here. Clark. Look at how tight these numbers are you're seeing already. You think they wouldn't have fixed that? Neat. Ah, there's fire too. That'll be handy soon enough. Square never seems to have pride in its work. Ah. Next one. Like, they got really lucky that 7 did well, despite being a train wreck of a game. Hey, Danfen, yes, this is no pants. Not on me, in the game. The game's over there. And then they decide to go the route on 8 for teen warfare. But they had so much money from 7 that they just kind of threw 8 together, it seems. and decided to not come up with a plot that made any coherent sense. Which is why my favorite idea of 8 is actually the Squall is dead theory. Alright, meat. And meat. Like 9 could have been amazing, but they made really, I wouldn't say straight up bad decisions with how crime worked, and the game is slow. It is so mind-numbingly slow. Not the story. You can get past the story soon enough, but 9, the combat, which is supposed to be like 3/4 of an RPG, it's slow. I feel like 10 was pretty well done. Played 5 and 6 on the PlayStation, you have all the time in the world. To wait 8 seconds for every time you open the menu? As someone who has played 5 and 6, Clark, I really think you should pop open a, get a mod, or get an emulator for Super Nintendo, pop open this mod and play it for the first hour or two, and see how you can immediately feel the difference. You already have the best emulator out there. It even gives you some beautiful graphical glitches that I actually really like. Oh, come on. Come on, Locke. I never heard of Chrono Trigger until adulthood. It was tough to go back to it. I like ZSNES because it makes sense. All the buttons are right there. This one that Mish got me to pick up, RetroArch, it's very non-intuitive. The only problem is ZSNES can't run Super Mario RPG, and that's a big downside. It will always get stuck after Johnny. And I learned that on my low-level run of Super Mario RPG, like, too many years ago in college. Nesticle? That sounds like a joke. Yes, I ended up having to switch to SNES 9X to finish that run. Nesticle sounds like a joke. No, that was a full issue that I had to look up and find out that it didn't work. That ZSNEX couldn't do. At least as of the state of ZSNES in 2000, when I was in college. Nesticle. It did not let me take my save batch over. I had to start the run over. Which just, you know, I was in college. I had time for that. You have all the time in the world before you reach real life. Nesticle is real. I thought you were joking with me. I gotta go, I wanna go back to Super Mario RPG at some point. That was a really good game. Released in '97. The emulator choice for the '90s. Just absolutely, I love it. They made an NES emulator and called it Nesticles. Or they were Greek, and it's Nesticles. Alright, how many Slim Jims are we? We're at level 10. We have 3 Slim Jims. I need at least one more before I can leave. Meat. Meat. Even down, Clark, to these enemies that decide to... You get them alone, and they start doing different things. That wasn't in the original. No enemy had any flavor in the original. We are up 10 meats. 5 did. Ooh boy, those bio soldiers. You get them alone, that's pretty much a party wipe. And if you notice the beauty, Clark, that if he successfully crimes, he gets his turn back. It's balanced as all hell, and it's still getting worked on. By the lead developer, right there in chat. And if you stream, Clark, let us all know you're doing it. And when you play it, okay, then when you play it, let us know how it's going. There's an entire Discord dedicated to Brave New World. Just be sure to talk to everyone in the tutorial house. Things have changed. This ain't your grandma's RPG anymore. See, that's the Edgar I'm used to seeing. The 0 for 2 Edgar. When 80% rolls twice. Negative. Just fails twice. I don't know if it's 80%. It seems low. It fixes that later. It gets an upgrade. You have to have some balance between super powerful multi-target attack for free. It has to be a downside. Alternatively, they could have just made it so weak it wouldn't have been worth using. Like Final Fantasy V's kick move. Oh, you do stream. Oh, you stream from the PS4. Now, while anyone would be hesitant to actually click that, that is a legit site with wonderful writing by someone who could have been a writer in another life. That is not a crap post. Please don't block that, mods. It's not too late, BTB. You write really well. Oh, and Bropedio's here as well. Hello. Developer and programmer, all here. There's 5 PlayStations? Oh boy. I got the PlayStation 2 for Final Fantasy X and Guitar Hero. I agree that it's necessary, Bropedio, because it's very distracting. And as anyone who's ever played the game gets the flow of battle, you don't need it. I haven't played on console since... I did have a 360 for a little bit. Oh, there's a Slim Jim. I had a 360 so I could play... I played the first hour of 13 and was bored. And then I played Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, and that was really good. Man, I just started. Why are you gonna do it now? That's 4 Slim... That's enough Slim Jims for now. I said I wanted at least 4. We'll come back. We'll split this up and do it in chunks. I will need that before the next pass of the game. There's already going to be enough going on in the next lap. This one is just no equipment at all. Nothing equipable except for espers. Because I don't want to go that hardcore after last time. And I feel like without espers, it's going to and I'm going to end up doing a lot of the same strategies as before. And since the low-level Natural Magic run did not let me have any spells... minus Cure... Yeah, exactly. Low level, best equipment. Levels, no equipment. Natural Magic, whatever magic. Tinctures for days. For hours. For weeks. You pecked your eyes out. I've never noticed that before, that it blinds you. I like that. Oh, Prometheus. Even as a kid, I always felt like the encounter rate in this one room was obscene. Science! Blinded by the light. Wrapped up like a douche in the middle of the night. I don't know the actual words to that song. Sounds like it's wrapped up like a douche. I imagine it isn't. Oh yeah, I expect this run to be much easier. This is going to be my relaxation run, with just a couple weird spots where I take way more damage than I used to. Because even by the end game, there were some attacks I was able to survive with buffs and really good armor. Like, Mog actually managed to, like, take a couple hits before dying at level 3. Revved up like a deuce, another runner in the night. You get revved up like a deuce is like a number 2, right? That doesn't sound any better. Alright, I can get one from you. Alright, you're on healing duty until he does the crime. Perform the crime so we can burn this man. Oh. I don't know much about motorcycles. I'm not exactly one of them wild hogs. Most of my knowledge of motorcycles comes from the Meatloaf song, Bat Outta Hell. That does alright. They have 2 wheels, yeah. I know that every motorcyclist on the highway is a terrible driver that should be ticketed and have the motorcycle taken away. They either drive like 120 miles an hour, or they drive between cars in traffic. Which apparently in some countries is okay. Here in the US, it is not. You are rude. And it makes me want to swing my driver's side door open as you go by. You are a vehicle, same as me. You sit here and wait in traffic as well. US, you're not special. Because you don't have room for... You don't have trunk. You don't have a trunk. And you're missing 2 wheels. See, the door would be repaired by the insurance of the dead man on the laying on the highway. Ideally, you're wearing your helmet, so when you bust your arse, then you won't be dead. You'll just be injured. And we all get a good laugh. And I get a good laugh. It's one of my peeves. This is motorcyclists driving between cars on the highway. As someone who drives... bigger concern on older European roads. I don't know where you're at, Bropedio, in the world, but at least here in New Jersey, it's a bad problem. And there's been quite a few accidents. I'm not actually going to punch, so I'm not going to take a moment to remove the claws. Five-point palm exploding heart technique. If they made it law so it's okay, then they'll stop zipping in front of cars and then slamming on the brakes, causing people then to get hit by cars. Yeah, if they changed the rules and said that's okay, then people would expect them to do this, not just the randos that do it. Hey, Murmuring Fish Stick. I am in Long Valley. I don't know where Edison is. Well, let me pull up a map in New Jersey here. I grew up in Virginia, but I've spent the last 2 to 3 years in New Jersey for work. Township in New Jersey. Show me a map. I don't know all the little villages and towns in New Jersey. I can't connect to the internet. Leave me alone. I am connected. Just pull open a map. Alright, and welcome Sabin. They'll immediately take your claws off. It's so nice to see you actually have blitzes. Okay, that is out by Piscataway. It's not terribly far from where I'm at, actually. Donovan, hello, yes, no equipment. We're going no pants this time. Did you get snow in Edison last night? Because there's a good like inch of snow on the ground here. Right, but these motorcycles would be to have a dedicated motorcycle lane, like a car. Yeah, like in Northern Virginia, where I'm, they have the HOV lane, the high occupancy vehicle lane. And you can only drive in that lane if you have X number of people in your car. So depending on if it's HOV 2 or 3. And that changes by time of day. So if you're carpooling, you get to go in the fast lane. I do love that name, a Murmuring Fish Stick. It's really good. And alright, one encounter. Crime off these men. Give them a hoot. Alright, Red Bull. You get your turn back. Meat. Get your turn back. Meat. Get my turn back. Oops. Oh, we're back to a run where step mine will not be dangerous. Oh, game, please, let me... Yeah, most of it's gone here, too. I wasn't expecting it. It's nice that it keeps snowing. It hasn't been any big snow yet. Meat. Alright, we got what we came for. I guess we could fight. We are allowed levels. Oh, and Clark, if you're still here, one of the best things, you can suplex everything in this game. There was no reason to leave it in like that, just suplex anything you want. Suplex Final Kefka. He's already in the air, you just gotta hoist. Alright, so first, let's sell Sabin's pants, claws, sell the pike, sell the spear. I can throw these, so I'll hold on to them for now. Get an even number of all of these. Heard a weird noise, like a cat chewing on a tail. Animals are weird, man. Mr. Biden? Mr. Bannon? Yes. Joe Bannon. Happy Inauguration Day, everyone. I tried to make a push to have the entire office closed today. We don't have patience because we don't have enough employees to work. But there's a couple people whose tests have come back negative already, so they're back at work doing paperwork. I was like, no, we should close completely so everyone could focus on, the big events. I just want to give everyone a day off. Always pay people for these days off anyway. They're like, no, it's not a big enough deal for it. They're counting on you. Sir, please. They're counting on me. Get out of my way. That white cape, usually a really good find. Gonna be money. Blocks imp, mute, stop. Gives great boat boosts. Not for us though. You can trust him. I need a haircut. Cut my hair twice during this whole event. Since last March. It gets really long, it gets to the point where even my patients are starting to tell me that it doesn't look so good. So I cut my hair, and then afterwards I'm like, well, that doesn't look good either. I never say yes, actually, so... One more thing. It's OJ's other glove. Michael Jackson's other glove? It's an important meeting when no one's even using the chairs. The Woe of the Magi. Oh man, someone else ever watched that show. That's great. Jackie! One more thing! When Jackie Chan was an archaeologist. I used to... Sometimes I feel like that whole memory of that show was like a fever dream. He was an archaeologist, treasure hunter. He was a little white. He had a pointy chin, though. I guess that was supposed to be Asian. Yeah, it was an animated show. It was a cartoon that, I talked to people about it from time to time over the years, and people were like, I have no idea what you're talking about. So I started to think that it wasn't real. I just imagined it. Down to the uncle's catchphrase. Fool. Oh, speaking of kids shows, I saw on YouTube there's old, the entire season of Legends of the Hidden Temple, and that show was rough. Like, rewatching that as an adult, I'm like, man, those kids had to do some ridiculous stuff. Alright, so you're gonna be the most buff out of anyone because you're the only one that can wear pants here. Only because there's no removing... There's no one's going near Banon to take off his codpiece. Let's just put it that way. Like, even the last part where they're talking about the Shrine of the Silver Monkey. The Shrine of the Silver Monkey. They give, like, a 90-second long instruction sequence. Like, a lot of instructions. And then they just say, go for it. Like, huh? Just good luck. Bye. And they were detailed instructions of how they're supposed to handle these things. Hank. Jeez. I guess they're not weak to... Imagine everything in here would be weak to fire, but... I have the documentation. Exocyte Albatross. Albatross weak to lightning. Exocyte weak to lightning. They're weak to Banon's boomstick. Well, that was back row damage. That's not bad. That would have been really good in the front row. Thunderclap. Boomstick would be a great name for something. You got a Doomstick. And you got a Boomstick. So BTB, are you going to share what code it is that you managed to untangle on your walk and your drink? The remnants of Team AFK. Still under 30 hours. Diplomacy code over here is 3. Because you said that right after I asked if there was a way to have, oh, Bropedio here wasn't here for that. I joked that there was a, that there was an Easter egg in the game, so that if you got within variance of the number 69, the game will just tweak it to make it 69. It feels like something BTB would have put in the game. That sounds awesome. It's important to have good charisma. Don't tease the octopus, kiddos. Alright, first things first. Banon, snap into a Slim Jim. Absolutely going for stamina sap. I think I'm going for most stamina builds. Either stamina or pure health is where I'm gonna have to go. This last game, I didn't get a chance. Yes! You have a Red Bull. You know, that's how Final Fantasy VII has all lucky sevens. Brave New World just has, oh wait, well, I should do this now. This will take a moment. Hold on. Go ahead and drop that there, so that'll be load properly. And image, add, new. Add, browse. There we go. This BTB found that earlier. This would be a way to test how much damage every boss actually does. If you're going into it naked. Might excite me, Squirt. She's fine. And I'm out of Red Bull. I haven't given much thought to how I'm going to plan anything on this run out. Unlike the previous one where I had given thought to things. This time I'm just going to kind of wing it. I can't believe in no previous run I ever thought of giving Banon a Slim Jim. Ridiculous, I just never thought of that. That makes this so much less stressful. Gao shines in every run. I don't know. Gao without equipment is going to be very squishy. But at least he's a little dodgy. Who am I kidding? I love Gao. He was in lap 1. He's in every lap I can think of. I probably will have Gao here as well. Not a single proc bandit, huh? Looks like this was the proper level to come in here at. Teddy Bear without his Bone Claw, or his Blizzard Orb, or his Psycho Belt. True Berserker may not get much usage here, because all he'll be able to do is physically punch. He'll have numbers behind him, but he won't have the ability to do anything. So yeah, I don't see Teddy Bear getting much use. Realm will probably be used as a wizard. Well, sorry, your services will not be needed, Unequimp. Unequip Imp. My apologies. We got this. So, as great as Shadow would be to have for throw, giving Realm... Stamina Realm is my favorite of the realms. Of all the realms. Throughout all the realms, there is only one. We also don't get the auto haste shoes, so every enemy that does slow will be able to do it. I'll have to cast to counter. Yeah, I'll have to make the decision between Shadow or Realm with Dog. Realm with Dog would be good. Having a Wizard Realm with Osmos and Flare. She won't be able to sketch, she won't have a brush. She won't be able to fart stick, she won't have a rod. Guess I'll have... Who would stay on the boat? Cyan, since without a sword, Cyan is not great. Ow. Ow. Banon, run. Banon, no. Why can't you run from this fight? Yeah, that's not equipping rods. I just can't take off his boomstick. This might be a wipe. Fight to the end. Yeah, I'm gonna need to at least snap a rod against, Tunnel Armor. I forget if his name's changed in this. Sorry, 2 decades of... 6 laughs is not gonna be able to break me from 2 decades of nomenclature. Hell Angel, right. He's a motorcyclist. Although, is he a motorcycle? Or is he a trike? You know, those goofy-ass ones, the motorized tricycles. The aggression on these guys. Wait a minute, we're here escorting Bandit? No, Bandit's escorting us. Buff Joe Bandit here. I have already taken care of the enemies. You youngsters, get up. Get off your ass. It's time for my medication. Okay, I thought this was a wipe, and then Bannon decided that he felt tough enough to solo this. Alright, cool. Alright, still going. You know, 3 steps before the end. Cabbage Patch Dolls. Come on. See, that's the Edgar we all know and love. That's the weapons list. There's the enemy list. At this point, I don't truly need the rage list. I think I've got it memorized by now. Alright, we'll keep this aside. We'll have sort out this documentation. Wait a minute, I have a house right there. Ow. Ow. Yeah, moves like that. Be the only time I'm ever grateful that, for whatever reason, slow has a terrible hit rate on moves that inflict slow. Alright, there's the first bestiary. There's the weapons, so I don't need... Oh, those are shields. Second page of bestiary. What are you? The shopping list. Won't need you. Mean mug him, Bannon. Get angry. Not sure. I guess those are the same mammoths from the beginning of the game. I probably won't come back to this room later. I didn't use it when I thought I would. And maybe I will. Probably have more use here, actually. You fool. Don't need the yeet belt. I'll purposely not pick it up just so that when I do get Mog, he'll say, no, not that chest you already opened. But I hadn't. Nice dodge. Like that time I didn't pick up Sabin at all, just so I could get him with the solo Yeti for the jokes. But Sabin just sees this snowman walk into town while he's holding up a building and yells at it, "Hey, go help the children!" And Yeti's like, alright. Purposefully gimped myself against the tentacles and Dullahan for the joke. I'm not familiar with that. I've got to find. It's on one of the videos where where the Yeti's talking to Sabin, going, "Hey, you're alive," and he's like, "Yeah, it's gonna take more than the end of the world to take me out." And the Yeti goes, "That means everyone's alive." And he's like, "What? Huh? Where am I? What day is it?" You know what? If I have to do, good morning, Sepha. If I have to do the level grind with him anyway, I may also do it now with Locke, and then those levels will permeate over to Sabin's scenario. Maybe? Or are the levels already set? Let's just get it over with. Desperately needs to escape. He is a thief in the nude. Confirm that you were not good. After so many years of not doing this part like legit. I just need set amounts of these. I can't not have it. Rip your lugs out. A birthday suit. And punch him. The irony. We may proceed. Andale, run, go. Wait, we gotta get to Green Boy. Tell you, it's been a while since I've done this. They even fixed the spot where you could run through the building and avoid this part. Sir, it is not appropriate practice to swing your sword at people who solicit at you. I wonder how much health the new dudes have. Like, how powerful would Locke have to be able to kill one in one hit? They probably have infinite health. Or, like, have an immortal tag on them. Yeah, the nude dude. This guy, when you cry him off his pants. Not necessarily. I already punched one. I only did 60 damage because I'm not wearing anything. Okay, there you go again. 63 this time. But how powerful would Locke have to be to kill this guy? And would that mess up the game if he doesn't run away? I'd imagine you just toss an immortal flag on him. Or you set it so that even if he does die, no big deal, it just continues on. The password. The password! Start yodeling wildly. Just as there was an elixir in every clock. Hello, gents. Hush falls across the room. That is a heck of a breeze. Gens, don't do that. Seriously. We were talking about bad drivers. I'm down good down here now, right? Yeah, boomerang, that's really good. I think boomerangs are one of my favorite, like, the throwing weapons are one of my favorite. We won't be seeing any of those here. Are boomerangs throwable? Can I throw a boomerang? Let me get that weapon myself. You can't have Shadow throw a boomerang, because then it would come back. And Shadow's not prepared to catch these things, so it'd probably hit him in the head. Throwable, dual wield, those are the knives. Boomerang. Alright, not listed as throwable. I'm going to cast slow. I'm going to snap a thunder rod. And I'm going to punch it. And cast ice. That's why I got up to level 10 here. I needed the Slim Jims, and I needed the levels anyway. So if I pop open the unlock me, print me, I can confirm that Hell Angel, Tunnel, Mr. Armor here, he has 3,000 of health. I can chew up 1,000 of that with the Thunder Rod, probably. He has shell on, so probably like 800-900, and then use ice. With him slowed, because he doesn't have... Does he have innate haste, because he's a machine? No, he does not have innate haste. Heck yeah, BTV. Love when that happens. Yeah, if someone gets put to sleep, the other person will have to punch them. And I picked up a couple Slim Jims for this fight. so we can outturn him. And if I need to grind, the pool's right there. She comes with a sword because someone managed to get to tunnel armor without swords. Versus going into tunnel armor on purpose with no swords. Get that cash money, 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 money. I didn't get to level 12. I cut off my grind earlier than I expected. Or than I planned to. Oh, we'll need the level, so Prime's free. Protect you. Get frosty. Getting rawed by these dogs. Won't have to use MP for healing, at least. We have our supply of meat. I bought these tinctures, I'm going to use them. Oop, paperwork falling. Iron shield will turn all pieces of gear into more money. Every single one of these boxes is money. First try, nailed it. Aggressive dogs. Get out of here, dog. I have no quarrel with you. There will be a few all-stars here. Amazing Thunder Rod we'll need. Shadow will be a king of the underworld. Alright, wait to revive. I don't know why I opened this box. I don't need what's inside. Nah, Shadow's gonna be the king of the underworld. He's going to ride the floating continent to the ground. Oh man, I have scan. I can do scan things. Well, if they give experience, if this thing is experience, it's worth it. Yeah, it's worth it. We're a ways off from level 12. Should have done that in Mount Colts in retrospect. That would have saved time overall, because I needed wanted the Slim Jims anyway. Prime 3. 1. Two. And 3. Beautiful. Then hide. I don't think I've ever seen him cast Cure 2 before. Thrust in. Yeah, Realm with Dog is going to be more... It's better, especially since the two people sticking behind on the boat will be... Oh, the teddy bear and Cyan. Locke is at least generically fast. Ish. Has some evade, so he can at least use items. He can crime. That's a thing for him. But there's not much to crime in the final dungeon. I guess it really comes down to how much Yeti can do, but with a punch. Get used to that rumbling. Crab. Can't one-shot a crab. Yeah, take that, Locke. Keep your hands to yourself, Locke. Alright, so the plan is to snap. I guess we can't cast slow yet. We're right here at the level. Yeah, let's get this level for Locke. Bears are beefy. $200 experience. This actually won't take too long, provided we see enough bears. Bears. Bears beats Battlestar Galactica. See, now a bear doesn't have a pocket. So what Locke is doing is he's reaching his hand up the only pocket the bear has and pulling out something you probably shouldn't have done. It's okay, the bear does not get upset at this. Stocking up on Red Bulls wouldn't be a terrible idea either. Actually, what that should do is that should confuse the bear. You stick your hand up his butt. That should cause confusion. This guy out here just grabbing your... sticking his hand. Hello. No, thank you. See ya. Or it has caused him to use escape. How much health does a Trilobite have? I have the documentation right here. Trilobite is weak to ice, only 200, so I can multi-target them and still kill it. And bears have 600. Bears are immune to wind. I wonder why. The thought process of the element of wind is always a tricky one. I need level 12. We need to be able to slow Tunnel Armor. Because he is just fast enough he can two-turn Celes normally. And Primordite... weak to lightning. Only 250 on him. The challenge this run is not wearing clothes. The equip and relic screens will always be empty if I can have control of it. This lovely all-together screen and the prettier UI, it will stay darkened. I can level... I'll level only as much as I need to. I will use Espers, because without Espers, I'm going to end up redoing the strategies of the low-level run, since that wasn't based on equipment. And I want to change things up. Let's use magic. We got magic. Let's use it. I don't want to have to power up Step Mine or rely on bouncy balls. Without multi-guards, I'm going to have to go toe-to-toe with Dullahan. I'm going to try to do it as low level as I need to. But I see a few rough spots. Like Tunnel Armor here, Dullahan. Atma will probably be tough. Anyone that relies on status effects, I won't have a way to block that. We gotten over the hump. Almost there. Towards the end of the game, the inability to wear equipment and lower any elemental damage is going to be rough. Anywhere where it expects you to be wearing gear to protect yourself is going to be the Magitech facility. I foresee Ifrit and Shiva being really difficult. I feel like this is going to be harder than I set out to be. It's gonna, all the bosses are going to turn into a game of Rocket Tag. Everyone is going to be, I have to kill you before you kill me. The previous challenge was I need to get as unassailable as possible, so you can't kill me, so I can work on killing you. Heck, against the Magi Master, I got indestructible enough that I was able to turn the game on, go to work, and come home and find Magi Master out of MP at the end. This time against Magi Master, I'll have to eat all of his attacks. I'll be able to damage him in return with magic. But he's going to lay a hurtin', so I imagine most of my EL Esper levels are going to have to go into health to be able to survive. Hey, I keep making the request for a Wizard Yeti. Let the Yeti only hold one Magicite, and it's Shiva. Just the Yeti and Shiva. But it gives magic +2. Why would you put that on the Yeti? For his Blizzard Orb? The first time I did that fight, I played another game. I put this game up in the corner and played another game over here while waiting for him to run out of MP. But then it turned out I didn't bring enough damage options to actually hurt him. So I had to do it again. That's when I realized I could just turn the game on and go to work. I work an hour away. I only had a few hours of patience. I took the hour back, and there it goes, out of MP. That's when I turned the stream on. I wasn't streaming while I was at work. There's level 11. All right, and you're only 800 away from level 12. So that's 4 bears. Or a few bears, 4 bears plus whatever these are. Crab and stingray? Landray? What animal is that in the back? I'm not a marine biologist. I love the ocean. I love animals. Just never had the ability to really go play with them. Someday I shall swim with the dolphins, making sure I have a harpoon with me just in case, because those things can be vicious. Oh, I wouldn't have the harpoon. Just make sure I do it in a controlled environment. I keep having Locke punch the trilobite because in order to go from the trilobite to the bear, you don't press left, you press up. Figure I could use a nice, more relaxing challenge so I can enjoy this game again without the stress of being level 3 or level 1 in some cases. Like a rock. At least we'll forever be able to knock people out of confusion and sleep without actually damaging them. I mean, Gao only had like 32 health total at level 3. We're already able to one-shot Gao. I wouldn't be able to do all the strategies of the previous one, because that one, like, did require, say, that did require egg for quite a few things. Can't equip egg here. We are 300, so a bear and a crab away. Or 2 bears. Or 4 crab. Alright, a bear, that's halfway. So we'll open up the fight with the Slim Jims. One more bear. We'll open the fight with the Slim Jims. Hope he doesn't instantly destroy one of us. I think we have enough health now we could survive a fire. Maybe not a drill. Locke throws up dried meat desperately and punches Celes if she falls asleep. Once the Slim Jims are up, Celes will then... Do we slow and then Slim Jim? I think we slow and then Slim Jim, and the fight will depend on whether or not slow lands. New dudes only have 1,000 health. I was really curious. Killing them ends the battle. And okay. Well, it's neat that it doesn't break it. All right, there's the move. All right, now for ease of not having to continuously walk back through here. Throw down the stake. This is going to only depend on slow landing. You can't let it hit us with this magic. I'll use my runic blade. What blade? Just watch and see. Do your job. Alright, then slow him. Come on, come on, come on. Okay. On the first try. Remarkable. Give me my 800 damage. No, you can only crime them. They are a 600 damage. Not even. They are a rare steal off of Kung Fu Man. You be on standby then, Locke, since you're not helping otherwise. I guess you'll be able to throw a tincture when she runs low. He has 3,000 of meat in this Robert. I guess they ended up reusing this design in 7 at the end of the motorcycle chase scene. Haha! That's double misses on sleeps. Double miss on sleep. Slim Jims are quite powerful. I had picked up Slim Jims for Banon for Ultros, 2 for Hell Angel. Whoa, he actually used magic. And I have 2 left over for One for Cyan's duel. Thanks, strange beast that I think someone explained somewhere in the game. Wow, we are getting remarkably lucky here. He is whiffing most of his attacks. He's even whiffing his sleeps. In a regular fight, he would not whiff this much, it feels like. He constantly two-turns Celes into landing sleep, and thought he had poison too. His sleep versus our haste has been very helpful. In order to deal 1,000 damage in a single hit, Locke would have a boomerang and a... He will be able to use Kirin, so at least when he's around, he'll have the panic button. And he is a bit of a brick wall with the ability to boost his stamina. I think I would boost his health to keep him alive. I think that's an option, right? I have the documentation here. But yeah, Cyan's gonna stay behind on the boat. And probably Umaro. I love Yeti. Trust Berserker, but Yeti without any special moves or even his weapon. Kirin is health stamina, so that is where Locke is going to be pumping into. That's how Locke is going to survive the tech minecart ride. Most dangerous move he has, laser, which makes sense. We started the game off using laser to tromps over rando people. He actually got slow to land. Many of his skills are not landing. Handsome. Beautiful. And the vanilla issue of, oh no, I can't take my clothes off before finishing this fight and going to the next scenario. Not a problem here. Close the Thunder Rod, it saved 5 turns. It's okay. Mr. Honeyquimp? And the rough scenario. Howdy. You're not from around these parts, huh? Well, no matter. Alright, I got some stuff to sell. I got a sword, you want a boomerang, how about a shield? Take this hairband, some iron armor. How about some relics? You want relics? I got relics. cement that in. Let's not have to buy those again. Ninja. He comes and goes like the wind. We never, he says charter a boat from Doma. We never get to see Doma's, like, port. Let's enjoy Shadow for while we can. What's your natural stats like? You naturally have 24 evade, magic evade. Alright. Rabbits. Just flocks of rabbits. A murder of rabbits. A kerfuffle of rabbits. Rabbit for dinner. You've never eaten rabbit. It's pretty good. I had the job at one point of butchering them. At least it's quick. Good dog. However, Realm is apparently a better trainer than Shadow, as she can teach an old dog new tricks. That enemy is too fast. And he use Blight when he's alone. But he managed to two-turn Shadow? At his 42 speed? Not gonna be able to crime without Lock, too, or Go-Go. My favorite joke of the game. That Cloud becomes a general, I'll quit. Sure, if he hears you, will be jailed. Alright, alright. Oh no, he becomes. Back to your post. Yes, sir. Kind of you to grace us with your presence, sir. How are you? What a pompous little prick. I can tell him his face he's not worthy of cleaning the you-know-what of General Leo's boots. Shh, do I always have to tell you to keep it down? You're hopeless. But damn, I hate that son of a you-know-what. I don't even think he's human. If you don't watch yourself around him, I'd hate to see what would happen. Yeah, I hear you, Soldier A. Just call me Soldier A? I do like that the uniform of this castle is a turban. Why Cyan can't get a turban, and why no one else in this castle speaks like he does. Like, his speech pattern would make sense if everyone spoke like that. Not even the king speaks that way. Where did you learn this, Cyan? Allow me the honor. With the strength of 100 men. Like Frog. I'm assuming that's from Chrono Trigger. I haven't seen a gameplay of Chrono Trigger in years. Alright, Cayenne. Let's go ahead and strip you nude. Take off your Hanzo steel, slip you in the back row, and give him a roofie. The grave awaits you! Alright, we got this. The regen should do more than his damage. Hint. I've never seen that. Tell me it'll happen every time. Yes! Hint. Thanks, Clippy. Thanks, Clippy. Templar has 800 health. Because he has Protect and Shell. Thanks, Clippy. I didn't realize you guys had added Clippy into this. Does the same thing happen if you punch Vargas with Sabin? Will it say hint, try using Blitz? That running gag would be amazing. Tunnel Armor hits you with magic. Hint, try using Runic. Punch the Magitech armor. Hint, try using tools. Was that 800 damage we did? Or is he scripted to die after X number of hits? That didn't feel like 14, 15 attacks? Or is he not the Templar that we see later? He's probably a special Templar. I'll still pick these items up. Punch it. Ruh-roh. Special Templar. That makes sense. I would just love the running gag of... Hint. Try using Bushido. Hint. Try using Blitz. Hint. Try using magic. Hint. Like, Vargas doesn't give Sabin a whole lot of time to mess around, with Gale Cut doing like a third of his health. Once Leo's gone, I'll turn this water into a flowing river poison. Yeah! Trouble me, force not. slapped in the face by a ninja. Wait, he says, do I look like a waiter? I do not need the power glove, we'll ignore that. I will grab this only because this makes no sense that it exists. There's no other spot like this in the game. There's your sleep protection. Like, I can't think of another spot in the game that's anything like. You just run behind this tent and you'll jump off the map to another spot that you really shouldn't expect to be able to enter? Ninja slash! Ninja star! Nothing beats the music of hundreds of voices screaming in unison. I guess you could go to the beat. Nothing beats the voices of the unison all screaming together. Done it, you don't F it all up. Man, I'm not from New Jersey, I just live in New Jersey. Like, if you saw a soldier, like, walk over there, that would give you the hint, oh hey, I can go over there. There's nothing like that. Have a soldier mention that I know I put that somewhere. Which tent did I put that in? My biggest pet peeve as a kid while playing this game was that they're in a big rush to the king, but without sprint shoes on, he just slowly walks to the king. Is Bon Jovi from Jersey? Could go the other Jersey route and make Kefka one of the Jersey boys. You got a poison. Dude, I don't know. Jersey is ridiculous. Bagel seems to be their state religion. Bagels and bad driving. People look at me weird when I buy bagels from Walmart. Cause it's like 6 for $1.40. When they want you to buy their artisanal donuts or bagels at bagel shops for like $1.60 a piece. They don't taste particularly different. The only difference is how well my toaster is actually going to toast it this time. My toaster seems highly variable. Like, I feel like it needs a warm-up round before it actually, like, will toast properly. The first one's always underdone, the second one's really overdone. I don't have a great toaster, that's what I'm trying to say. I can't even oh, I can. Good dog. Good dog. I wonder, if Cyan dies on one of these, does he get revived for the next one? Let's find out. There we go. I know thee not. I know thine not, but I appreciate thine aid. Ow, my back. Oh, he hits him back. He countered. Gotta kill Cyan before the dog kills them. Cyan, you have demonstrated you do not have a weapon. How did you do that? Cyan, you dog. There's only one blade he could have used. Beautiful. Thanks, Soldier A. It's the blade between his legs. Dispatch him with his club. Like, this Cyan also doesn't have a sword because he punched both Shadow and Sabbath. Oh, he got revived. Oh well. See, he is walking. So this Cyan doesn't need to have a weapon to use Dispatch. Good to know. I'm a helper. I'm a helper. It's cool. That's where it's a Connery. Use those levers next to your hands. Sir Sabbath appears to be in reverse. Just smashed my rampaging machine into your tent. No big deal. I confirmed they didn't give him a sword for that, right? No, he didn't have a sword. That's a different Cyan then. Or that Cyan just doesn't care about the necessity, the need, the prereqs. His sidearm, he keeps them at all times. It's really impressive that he can maneuver this thing so well. I had to use him. I used to work at Lowe's when I was in college for a short time, like 6 awful months, and they wanted me to learn how to drive the forklift. That was hard. I was never comfortable doing that. Not after like 2 weeks of training. A vehicle where the back the back wheels turned. When you maneuvered, it's weird. Hey, why can yours punch? Mine can only pew. Like that. Oops. I wonder what kind of healing force this robot can do. I suppose it's nice that the enemy can't do that. He dodged it. I guess more like he missed. They are robots, but yeah, they're still big. Clunky. Metal Gear? That's the trash picking up the people across the street. I was like, you've already both been here. You have to charter a boat from Doma. You have to charter one from Nikea. Haunted by the souls of the damned, psalms before it. a complete fool would go through there. Alright, south it is. I'm sorry, did you say something? I wasn't paying attention. Ron, are you listening? No? Can you listen, please? Okay. Perfect. Good dog. Dog jumping in front of the cat. Slam him down into the air. I mean, Shadow's the only way we're doing damage here, so... He's being helpful. Not helpful enough to survive into the next world. The Cyan need to stay on the boat. Someone else has got to also... May as well be Shadow. There it is. Yeah, well, for now, may as well slide into the front. Not like you're contributing any other way. Rain can hardly believe that it survived the war. The woods are haunted by the souls of the damned, but we built a train, a railway through it. Don't worry about it. Now I can't remember the last time I've ever ridden a train. Would riding in one of these backwards facing seats, would that not be like really disorienting? Like, I've been on a roller coaster where you were facing backwards, and that was not particularly comfortable. Road. Did I use the improper grammar? It's possible. I have not been sleeping well lately. Yeah, we'll grab a spook. We can't strip him, but... respect for the property of others signifieth not ignorance of machinery. And do machines. That's... How could you tell? Couldst thou tell? Howdy, folks. Yeah, I'll buy. Could use a... Give me a bucket of remedies. And give me all your remedies. Why not? See, what I would love is a randomizer that all it does is randomize what characters you get. So, like, that could have been Cyan at Doma. It could have also been Gao. It could have been the Yeti. The Yeti is the retainer of Doma. The true bodyguard. I think in a Brave New World sense, the way Gao works would make Gao very... Gao would be very helpful at any point in the game. And my next pass of the game will include the party randomizer. I haven't used that yet. I need a team leader, though. One team leader would clearly be Gao. He's going to run the show. Who would the other team leader be? I'm thinking, like, what are the... Who's the classic returner? I guess whoever's available, Locke. Locke or Edgar. Edgar's around for most of the show, so yeah, I guess Gao or Edgar. Oh, it's Scape. Alright, piggyback time. See, I would love to see a 3D remake of this game for this scene of Cyan piggybacking on Sabin while the ninja and, you know, does the jump as well, making it look super easy. And the ghost just hovers over. A lot of these scenes would be really nice in 3D. And who knows? Now that Square is going to be rolling in cash from releasing their money train of Final Fantasy VII again and again and again, as they only release chunks of the game at a time. Maybe they will go ahead and revisit. Oh boy. Maybe they will revisit this. That's what they seem to do after, every time they make a lot of money, they just try out weird stuff in the next game. Let's not. Like, they made a lot of money in 7, made the garbage fire that is 8. They made a lot of money in 1, and then just tried a bunch of weird stuff in 2. They made a lot of money on 13, and then made 13, 2, and 3. They did the same thing with 10. They did a lot of money on 10, and then made 10, too. Strange games with very interesting battle mechanics because they can just kind of try that out. Just because I love this, I like to watch it. You look like a manicurist. Aha! The Ox bellows! Allow me to introduce my blade! Siegfried would totally be like, in Kung Pao Into the Fist. He'd say a lot, but his mouth would just keep going. My blade! Hey, Odom! I have a face. Enough people have asked to see this mug, that it exists on stream. I apologize. Good dog. Double dog. Good dog. Triple dog. I wonder what it would take. Yet another run. Yeah, he's as awful as Siegfried is, he is immune to dog. I love the boss collapse. Siegfried must be flying. For that we get nothing except laughs and jokes and humor. I'll still laugh last. Adios, amigos. Here's the run this time. Observe this screen. Observe the nice, lovely UI that they put together for Brave New World. And how I'm not going to use it. No pants. No equipment. Anything that does not involve... I can use anything that doesn't involve using the equip or relic screen. That's right. So the I forgot my pants was in reference to over here, not down here. There are pants on down here. And a blanket. It is cold. There is snow on the ground. I do not know the temperature, but it's chilly. Yeah, espers are allowed only because I didn't do it last time. Pick up that fire scroll that I always forget about. It's neat that it exists. We demand I prove that I'm wearing pants. I'm actually wearing Viking pants. Got no Vikings on my pajama pants here. What hand movement? I honestly don't know what hand movement I did. No, no. Oh, that was me. I pulled on it so you saw that there were pants and not a blanket. I do have a rather large hoodie on from my time at UCLA. Yes, Esper levels in Magic will be necessary to survive. And if I didn't do Magic, then I'd end up doing pretty much the same strategies. Yes, because it's sitting on my hip. I ended up doing a lot of the same strategies from the last lap. I want to have the ability to use Magic. Let's go a little more relaxed on this. Because it's already going to be difficult enough as it is. Like Ifrit and Shiva with no equipment, they're gonna deal a lot of damage. You can walk up here? I don't think I've ever realized you could walk on top of the train here. Alright. Oh, you could also select there. It's not just the spout. There ain't no getting off of this train you're on. I guess I could have road people pop. Oh boy. Alright, let's start by punching Sabin. Alright, Fire Scroll. Good dog. The dog jumped on front of the train. Achievement unlocked. Suplex a train. I would love if that was real. The whole he suplexes a train and Shadow and Cyan then jump down and talk about it. Like, this guy seems loaded for bear. Listen, the only difference between him and us is that he can suplex a train and we can't. Like, I would love that. Oh, well, that looks like a wipe, actually. I saw a clip of it, but Elfire, 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 Elfire. Soul Train's rude. Oh, it broke the world. I guess this is as good a place as any to try it. Use the last Slim Jim. This was one extra than I thought I would need, so. Good dog. Oh, Tonto. Ah, I just... Tonto, go! Cyan, no! Butterfly, go! Frickin' die! Grithel Dirk, go! Go, dog, go! Good dog. Followed by knife. Yes! Yes! We haven't died yet. Alright, so the script goes. Sabin suplexes an effing train. Cyan and Shadow were noticeably shocked. Shadow. Cyan, what's the matter? You look spooked. Did thou just see what I saw? Yeah, this kid seems loaded for bear. Amazing, that was a suplex. S-U-P-L-E-X. Suplex? He suplexed an epic train? Shadow and Cyan confer in private. Sabin, where on earth didst thou learn that? Sabin looks down shyly. Sorry, Cyan and Shadow, sensing Savin's unease, try to be reassuring. Look, I didn't mean to make such a big deal out of it. No, indeed not. Yet never have I seen anyone suplex a train before. How didst thou? Savin, quiet. Shadow. Cyan, Savin can suplex trains and we can't. That's the only difference between us. Well, that and you talk kind of funny. Guys, maybe we have this conversation later? Like, when an evil train isn't trying to kill us? Cyan and Shadow begin to... You know what? I have no effing idea what they're supposed to be doing. Savin, stop swooning. Then they resume trying to kill a train. I love it. Why is that not in the game? You have derailed your fate, for now. I really like that script. Oh really? I crashed the game? Because you couldn't get them back into formation, or... I guess it would have to have it if Shadow then proceed with scene. Because you could also make Shadow mandatory, because this chunk of the game without Shadow would be really rough in Brave New World. I'm surprised Shadow isn't mandatory here. Huh. So that just means that you need a very talented programmer to put it together in there, so it doesn't bork it. Bropedio. Because you're essentially copy-pasting an event that already exists. You're even still on the left side of the screen as the other time it happened. I do like the change of Hunter to Violet, because I never knew Hunter was a color. As someone who is colorblind to shades of green and red, I don't know the shades of green. I know one shade of red is called pink. I know that exists. I don't know what it looks like. I know it looks like red, but with the sun shining on it at all times. So as someone who can't see shades of green, that doesn't make it... Hunter, I would have never assumed that Hunter was... Nice. Nice. Hey, Nerd Arcanum. Seeing colors isn't all that great. Dead Shadow. Alright, see ya. Horde of rabbits. Horrifying. Cyan, run! Getting mauled. Oh no! Nice. Nice. Our first wipe to rabbits. The group of 5 rabbits that get the jump on you is too much. Well, you'll need to be in the back row for Rizopus anyway. How about we just don't give the rabbits Alpha Strike? And you suffer their wrath if you don't multi-target a Shuriken. Oh yeah, Shadow should... In Brave New World, Shadow should be mandatory there. how you would go about making him mandatory. There's red and there's reddish. Yeah, like that whole thing about roses are red, violets are blue. But because they didn't have a word for purple back then, when that little ditty was given. It's a good beat. Like, I was much, much older. I played the bejesus out of Pokemon Blue as a kid. And Yellow, and I never got that all the towns were like off names of colors. I never got that because whoa, hold on. Yeah, why not? I think I saved. I may have saved. We'll see. We'll have to do this entirely through Blitz. Or we skip Rizopus, if that hasn't been fixed. No, because we can't counterattack. Right, we can't skip Rizopus. Right, I was gonna save a Slim Jim for this area. Alas, I did not. See, now I want to see a BTB remix of Pokemon. Just renames all the Pokemon and towns. Play this. What's this new game? Michael Vick Simulator? What? It's time for the Nino, which is Spanish. El Nino, which is Spanish for the Nino. No. No, if it's brown, you gotta... If it's brown, you should see a doctor. Some sort of green village. Kind of purple town. I've reached the point where tonic is actually a little better. Let's take a moment to use a couple tonics. Just use some tonic, you know. If you could only see the way she loves me. Oh, not that tonic? Oh. Then maybe you would understand. That's my kind of music, is that 90s rock there. Live. Wallflowers. I guess if it's brown, you let it melt. I guess you're talking about a Portageon. You don't really have an option there. When I was in college, my dorm, the bathrooms backed up. And rather than give the residents of the dorm, because all of our keys... I still have my card, actually. All your identification key was set to let you into the building. So rather than change our keys to allow us into the adjacent buildings, we could use their restroom. Because that was a female dorm, they just brought a couple porta-johns and put them out front of the dorm for like 3 weeks while they fixed the bathrooms. So for 3 weeks, you had a bunch of 18, 19-year-olds sharing a porta-john. It was not a very fun moment back there. It made me very grateful that I've never had a sense of smell. This giant nose is just for show, y'all. Now, let's see if we can actually make it to town. Oh, I can taste real good. I can hear out my left ear. I took a blow to the head as a kid. I can't hear out my right ear. I could feel pain very well. Got a messed up back to prove it. And ever since my LASIK, I can see amazingly. I have 20/10 vision, at least. These enemies are uninteresting at any point in the game. It's just Terra and Locke. Let's have groups of enemies that outnumber you, that put your ass to sleep. Oh, well, you have levels? Alright, let's give them a multi-target wind attack. In no world would that fight have gone any different, actually. Unless you were wearing a fairy charm, I guess. Yeah, I was not given the genetic, I do have nice hair. I have a full head of hair that I get thinned every time I go to the... It's so thick that I gotta get it thinned or it's nothing I can do with it. I usually don't do anything with it anyway, especially now that I wear a face shield at work. My physical appearance has gone by the wayside when it comes to my hair. Get out of there, Grandpa. Give me a fight I can win so I can get the small child. Okay, I can handle this. Thin on top and thick on the sides. Just how she likes it. Alright, even you guys are hecka dangerous. My goodness. Small child. Dang it. No reason to go through the Tentabar quest. Can't wear that. The life bell. Just here. Pick up. Oh, here to sell. Anything I cannot throw. Take a quick nap in this guy's house. Then we go look for another encounter we can actually win. And get me a small child. And get him a rage or two. Okay, let's say suplex doesn't kill one of those. Oh gosh. I thought suplex confused. What does suplex do? Ah, small child. Here, have a snack. I have plenty of meat. Don't be rude, Sabin. This must have been really annoying to code. Ah, let me give you a present. Gao treasure. He's shiny. Shiny, 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 shiny. Does Mr. Thao like shiny things? Who's Locke? A bad guy. He tried to steal my treasure. You don't steal my treasure. Listen, when I tell you, my treasure is not for stealing. Well, Sabin stand is Mo Blitz. Cyan, you stand where you washed up. Where Gao stand, Crescent Mountain. Got it? Shiny thing. It's over there. It's over there. Say shiny one more time. Yeah, this ends well. Coming, Mr. Thao, we leave you behind. See, the small child raised by wolves, he still understands sass and sarcasm. Oh, awesome. Splash. Gao. Gao. Bin. Thanks, Unequip, Ib. Appreciate it. Wait, did he not say the part about you don't have to be on the Veld for it? Or I may have overlooked it. Alright, we start off with only soldier, which is not bad. Look at that, Gao with more than 30 health. I love it. Welcome aboard. Our savior and hero. Alright, as usual. You guys ride the beast, we will see you later. We trust that you'll find your way back to us eventually. Good enough. Alright, now we have Albatross and Exocyte. We have access to Fireball, and Exocyte is Rock. Each challenge gives me new rages to use. different opportunities where they're helpful. Jump on his back. Why they implemented in 4, 5, and 6 here the ability, nice. You know, the inability to just press a button to run away is beyond me. Someone went, it would be a good idea, just have them hold down the button and wait for it to happen. And they kept that going too. You know, the best rage will collect you as well. As we learned last time when I found that level 1 Go-Go is immune to Exploder, he will survive Exploder until Sap kills him. But if I gave him the Life Bell, he wouldn't have Sap. He does 0 damage when he uses Exploder, but he becomes immune to fire. And Beast. Kill it. What do you guys give? You're a Lich. You are my undead killer. Raspin Elfire. Alright. Good enough. See, here, as a kid, I picture growing up on a ranch with dogs and whatnot. I always picture Gao was kind of like dragging his booty along the ground like a chihuahua does. Like, he was raised by wolves, so it only makes sense. So he's got an itch that would be the easiest way to scratch it. But on a dirt floor, rock floor. This be your treasure? There you go. It's just a glass ball. It isn't shiny at all. Think this thing will let you breathe underwater? There are 3 of us. I'll be good, I've had training. What? What about Sir Gao? I don't know, can he just act like a fish or something? Isn't that what he does? I don't think it works that way. Gao, fish! Gao! Alright, let's go. You're having second thoughts? I'm not sure I'm having first thoughts. I like it. You don't even have to say it, have any dialogue here. Just get the idea. Alright, Point Break. Lead the way. The flowers. Yeah, see, flowers over there. I think it's just gold over here. It's worth getting until I'm overflowing with supplies. Right, I didn't check. I thought Suplex did something. Suplex set stop. Okay. What am I overflowing with? Joy. I am overflowing with joy that you all came out to hang out with me today. And ever since I got those, sad side effect of the LASIK I got last July was that my eyes are a lot more sensitive to light than they used to be. So I wasn't able to sit at the computer as often as I used to. But I got these covers from my monitor that's supposed to help with the light. It's been pretty helpful. I've noticed a difference. Gao, you dog. I love it. Fireball suffers from split damage. Yes. Sorry if I was loud there. The microphone is on the desk. I like the touch that there's no enemies in this part. Just here's your little break. Dash money. Yeah, I could see us relying quite a bit on Gao. Yeah, to that end, we're outside where this island is overflowing with cats. Suplex will not kill a cat. Alright, see ya. Clean. Bed. Alright, anything extra to sell? Haven't picked up anything. Give me a case of Red Bull. Absolutely. Hey there, handsome. You got a 50 GP? How dare you, filthy strumpet! Off with thee! Ain't nobody rides for free, baby. But baby? Settle down, Cyan. Eventually get bored and leave you alone, and then I can head off that wave. This behavior has no effect upon thee. I'm a monk, man. Comes with the territory. Gotta learn to control my missions. I like your friend, too. How about 20 GP for the both of you? I'll have you no shame. They should be modest and dignified. And... oh, good work. You made her bored. Let's go, bruh. No lines on Gao there? Hey, yeah, Josh. Probably. Yeah, we'll never hear more about that. How are you, Josh? Okay, looking good. Hop aboard. Now, Sabin kind of reminds me of the guy from Point Break. He is kind of a he's kind of a doofus, a lovable doofus, but a doofus nonetheless. The three groups have reached Narshe, and a great battle is about to take place. The fact that this guy sticking around is an error. I like that. He's still there. He's narrating. Telling us to go to war. No, we're not. Yeah, we are. The War of the Magi. People will never learn. Human nature. Just be awful. Knew I beheld her countenance before? Ah, small child. So, for Kefka, Celes, Terra, Gao, and Crime. 3 people dealing damage, and Crime for the quick kill. Imagine that would have taken some persuasion. to move the Esper. The last person who got near it got zapped to, presumably, the Aether. Then you have like the whole engineering feat of being able to move that thing. You can accomplish a lot with a bunch of logs. Maybe even some rope. No thanks. Let's go, yeah. Prime, lead the way. Your backup of the ladies and the small child. You watch. Now, if the Moogle then pops out and decided to help again, you could have 2 teams of 4. 700 our citizens died moving this Esper. Unless we're saying that the Esper doesn't actually react unless Terra's nearby. That's possible. Alright, let's make sure we're equipped for the journey. Alright, looks good. The only time we see Tritouch do anything is when Terra's around, except for in the World of Ruin, where Tritouch will just attack us regardless. Or are you thinking about the whole Moogle joining in here? Because Return of the Dark Sorcerer did it, and that was probably one of the better things about this game, about that mod. Cyan, I'm sorry. No, it's the Empire! Ah! Ow. Ow. All because I moved him down 1 step. We might get chain locked. Oh no, because he'll move once. Yeah. We're fine. But first, the crime. Wonder if he'll randomly do full party cure 2s. I don't think I've ever used Soldier, so. Oh, there it is. Second try. Nailed it. I won't forget this. You stole my hat. Imagine. We've almost reached Bandon and the Esper. Come, men, let's go. My hat's gone. Retreat. No. No. It's a low chance of working. What are the odds, BTB? It's like 1 in 64. It feels like. Maybe 1 in 32? I have most of the time I have fought him, even with trying a crime every turn. We depleted his health first. The tiara is a pretty good hat too. Like, it gives decent magic power. We're not going to use the tiara. We're gonna sell it. I've also gotten the reflect ring on the first or second try. It's crazy. Alright, our speed is 42. That is Locke's generic speed. So you could boost the speed to be higher, and I've still seen it take most of the time. I'm sure you have the formula there. So with 42 speed, what was the odds of that working? Harvest keeps having people sleeping in his bed. Now this was... I was expecting very underwhelming turnout for this, so my first plan was to go this far and then grind for those Slim Jims off screen before the next pass, but I think we'll do it live, because, people are here. We're having a good time. We'll come up with something to talk about while I need to collect more Slim Jim. So I'm going to need... How much am I going to need? I need... I guess 128? Or 024. I want 4. 4 will give... 4, at least 4. 16% chance. That's not terrible. But we picked it up on the second try. It was really good. It was really nice. Usually I just never roll that. So you have to roll 76 and then roll the 16. So 12%. Not terrible. You also have to know to bring Locke. You have to give it the chance. Can you imagine how powerful it would be if you could pick up Mog now? Dance, 100%, Gao and Mog would just be dominating everything if you could bring Mog and Gao to this next section. Actually, what is a counterpoint? Well, why not have Mog accessible here? You can't talk about that old fool Ramuh. So there's that. Or Ramuh could still come to him in a dream, even before we meet him. We'd be like, Ramuh. Oh, you're Ramuh. Yeah, I'm saying Ramuh. Makes the most sense up here than Ramuh. You'll eventually get one for him. That would be a downside to picking him up if that's what you cared about. But if you choose to, Dance is very good. Just the power of using Wind Song in Zozo. Over here. Oh, do I actually not have enough for the Bio Blaster? Oh, we could sell the Tiara, right. Take that Princess Tiara. I will take the Bio Blaster. We'll eventually have enough for the drill. By the time we get the Slim Jims, I'm sure we'll have enough. See ya. We're off to do the crime. Antlion. No, I wanted to cross. All right, one more battle in the woods, in the desert. Gotta catch them all. You could have a jumping Mog here. You have a dancing Mog. It would give his dances more versatility if you get more chances to use them. Like in Zozo, where you can actually blind things. Sandstorm could be alright. Alright, let me grab that last. There was one more guy in here. Leap. Yeah, Sandray. Right, still to finish the fight. Still like the idea of the one enemy that he leaps on is then removed from battle. You get a singular kill of an enemy. Like Possess. Let's pick up Crawler. Crawler was crazy good. Wait, can't find crawlers here. Where do I find a crawler? I guess on the belts is the only place I can find a crawler then. Nuts. That was what I should have waited around the belt for. Crawler, Conjurer. I think we take a trip to the belt as well then. Nice hit, Gao. This is not the version of Rhydon that I care about. Could use Repo Man, though. Come on, Repo Man. Come, repossess my items. Oh wait, you're not Repo Man. You're a mechanic. Repo Man's on the other side. You are not the men I'm looking for. Or is Repo Man only in the Narshe mines? That might be it. Nice! Slim Jim on the first one. The valuable Scrapper. And Vaporite, which gives us Plasma or Blinding. Yeah, Repo Man, that must be the guy in the mines. He did cast that on us. I gotta grab the spear. Double Scrapper. Give him a hoot. We have to go back that way anyway. Oh, that is easily the selling point of the game. Meat. Meat. How much damage are you looking at on Plasma against not a weakness? A little bit. Alright. Gao, you dog. With levels, you can do mad damage. A Repo Man would be very helpful on the minecart ride. Get everyone vanished. I don't usually come through here a second time. So, like, my muscle memory just sent me down that path to pick up the item. I don't know why it happens sometimes where if you kill a group of enemies, they'll die one by one, but I like the effect. Alright, here's the room. Nice! 2 for 2 on Slim Jims on this encounter. What does Antlion do? Antlion sets stop. Attack or instant kill. Oh, I'm very interested. We're halfway through my Slim Jim I wanted to get anyway. Slim Jim number 3. Where were you guys before? And a chakra. Yeah. Refill that mana. Cha-ching! Those enemies that hit individual, if hit by element, toggle bits. So it's taking a moment to check. I was hit by fire, so I should be confused. Wait, I'm dead. Alright, you are confusion and damage. You are wind, or attack and sleep. Snowball or big damage. Barrier. Barrier, which is set shell and reflect. Could also be useful. Everyone wait. Give him a hoot. Because that would take too long. So it doesn't boom, 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 boom. Punch this mammoth to death. Immune to ice. Makes sense. They have a lot of hair. That is the environment they are created for. Up there in the tundra. There we go. Yes! Slim Jim number 4. Overall, pretty quick. Thank you, Gal. Insta-kill the one that I already have the item from. Perform the crime. Huh, stopping him works too. In fact, chill out, Gal. Cat just made a weird sound. Oh. Hairball time. Oh, did I get it? I wasn't looking. Oh well. Did we get anything? Oh, okay, we got something out of him. Oh, another Slim Jim. Beautiful. I wanted 4. There's 5. I'm happy. Now we move on to the belt. This Crawler is just so good of a rage. I want Crawler and Conjurer. No happiness. Dog, leave it. Cephalopod. I'll also pick that up on the way. Cephalopod's for stamina gal, right? Cephalid, yeah. Cephalid is for stamina gal. Which Speed Gao has a lot of uses, but I can't boost his magic stat at all. Stamina Gao will survive. Has slow and the naughty move. Although that would be quickly, well, not quickly, that would eventually be outdated by Mantidea. With Shrapnel, Stamina Gao feels like the right way to go in this challenge, since I won't be able to take advantage of speed. A lot of Gao. Could do a lot of Gargoyle or a lot of Rhydon or a lot of Conjurer, a lot of Brain Pan. So stamina is the best chance he gets at a health boost. I don't know, I'm torn, we'll see. We'll have the cash to change our mind later. Because I won't be spending it on anything minus items. Neat. Neat. Alright, we came in here, we got our 5 Slim Jims in a relatively short time. Got a couple of them on the way to the grinding spot. For the free Red Bulls. Prime spree. 1, 2, 3. For the Red Bull. 3 out of 4. With 1 Red Bull, not bad. Odom, how goes your 5 remix? When will it be out enough that I could play it? Pick up a bucket of supplies. I can't leave that on uneven. No. There we go. It's gotta be prettier than that. See, if you could pick up Mog here, then this would be a better opportunity to bring Mog to the Leet River. For those people that go, ah, crud, I forgot that rage. Can't grab this one. Alright, you're gonna be our bandit. I don't have anything that does lightning yet. Those do something if you hit them with an element. Wonder what it is. I'll find... Hopefully I run into the encounter that I can jump on. Is it this one? Oh wait, I already have Exosight. Yeah. Yeah, Rock is pretty tough. Throw a rock at him. Yeah. 500 damage is not terrible. Oh, I do have one. I have plasma. Plasma's both water. Don't fully understand how all of the multi-target ones interact with each other. Stick with what works. Ice got off before Bio Blaster. Ooh. We have the mana. We have the power. Where do I find a cephalid? Because it's not on the Lead River. There a wandering crab out there? Bioblaster is superior because it does not miss. We'll head out here, pick up Crawler, Conjurer. I think that's it. Just Crawler and Conjurer, and we can be on our way to Zozo. Crawler, Conjurer, then back to Narsh. No, I could find a Repo Man on the belt then, so... Repo Man, Conjurer. Gotta do this part too. Hey, Neko. How are you today? Where is it? Yeah. Is that humanoid enough to crime? Hey, I'm not as well groomed and fit as you are, Flop. Not with the way you have your hair, always nicely brushed and parted. When my hair's wet, it reaches my eyes. But it curls. I got that Puerto Rican in me that flips the hair out at the bottom. Floppy homeless bacon. His great Canadian meat. I mean, it takes a handsome man to be able to make an emote of yourself and have it turn out that nice. Can't ride any of you, right? No. Oh, I should have crimed first. Get another chance. Crime first. Yeah, get that free club. You can, as early as here, you can pick up the damage boost for Gao. We're not gonna use it, but you could. Oh no, he loves the stank. That beautiful damage. Almost there. This is just how people get from Zoma to Nakia. You gotta come over here, hop in a barrel, hop over Niagara. There he is. First try. The infrastructure in this land is not great. Ew. Nice. Nice. I mean, apparently Cyan forgot that they built a railway in the woods. And where is that railway going? It doesn't have, like, another end. Ow. I'm here for that, because magnitude is really powerful. Especially in Zozo. Alright, that's 2 out of the 3 I came here for. Called him Kane. Yeah, I could see that. Ooh, a chance at another Slim Jim. Hey, I'm totally okay with overworld travel looking like a lot. Have you ever, like, when you drive and you use the app Waze, it doesn't look like a lot, but if you were walking that, whack. Alright, we just need to find a conjurer and we're golden. Happy 46th president, everybody. I was just told the news. It has occurred. Yeah, you know what that's about, Neko. Alright, one more enemy. Just show me a conjurer. Be on our way. We're not a conjurer. We can crime from 2 of you at least. Oh, he's offering me some cocaine. Oh no, not that kind of blow. Yeah. We're gonna end up right on the money with the cash for drill. That is my best attempt at making an emote, actually. After spending many, many days attempting Celes and Edgar against, or Celes and Sabin versus the Tentacles in the low-level game. That is just where my head ended up. Celes wrapped up by tentacles. With a boop on the head. There he is, my friend. And Spirit too. I guess Spirit's there too for Demi and Quarter. For those big boys that I can use it on, like the Giant. Yeah, that's not the move that you get to learn off of Spirit, and that's not the move you get to learn off Conjurer. Ow. More things are vulnerable to Demi than you'd expect. It's definitely not underused. But I guess it would be overpowered to have Demi and with the 1 and 3 being Doom. I suppose that would be a bit powerful. Alright, let's head home. No, wait, did I get Repo Man? I was here for 3. Conjurer, yes, for Re-Rise. Repo Man for Vanish. I guess I could have used Dog. No, Dog was for Step Mine. So yeah, for Vanish. And Crawler for Magnitude. Right. Yep, everyone's here. Everyone's here. And just to see us off, more Repo Men. Gentlemen, lend me your ears. I don't think I ever used it in vanilla. I wouldn't know. I know it didn't come into play in any of the challenge runs that made it to the tube. to get used to that rumbling. Because if Crawler ever decides not to use magnitude, use magnitude, form magnitude, he'll drain HP, which is also good. Momentary interruption. Alright, beverage acquired. Heat raised, because, chilly. Lore-wise, originally, they said, Sabin has training, so he can do it. Cyan wore the hat. And Gao acted like a fish. I imagine Locke would not have a problem getting that close with Celes. I imagine Edgar also would not have an issue getting that close to Celes. See? Flower. There, flower. Remember, it's only a triangle if one of the three are by. And Edgar seems the kind to take whatever he can get. I miss this guy, though. In vanilla, you could rage this guy for Gigavolt. Absolutely obscene power. Like, it was always worth it coming back through the Serpent Trench path just to pick up Aspic so you can one-shot Ultros. Yeah, otherwise it's a love right angle. I mean, many kings throughout history were known to have fun on the side, we'll say. Oh, the bubbles. Oh, the bubbles. Ow. Oh, the bubbles. No. Sella, snap out of it. That's not what I mean. Whew. It's fine. Whoa. I love how silly it is. Just whoa. Getting swerved around. How about you focus down the one that can give us bubbles? Look at that, no equipment lock. All hail. Okay. At least now he should be immune to water. BTB? This could be your source of imp in World 1. Come through here just to pick up imp. Or you can, cast it on yourself. If you're one of those people that's crazy and get levels and stuff. Ow. Alright, let's take out the flower. Ellis, you got this. Alright, that's just a buff. It's not traditional imp. This doesn't come up too often, even in Brave New World. Now we have 2 people immune to Aqualung. No, they didn't like that idea of imp making you immune to or absorb water. Alright, this might be the wipe. And you can't run away from these. Why can't you run away? Just swim away. The flower's not gonna catch you. And Piggy. And Toad. Right. There's the wipe. I should have gone to the right and taken the opportunity to rest up. I've never not triggered these and then came back later. Glad to see they thought of making that, throwing a switch on there so it doesn't trigger later, when you don't have those 3 in the party. Good underwater. I don't have access to lightning, so really Fireball is the best I got for now. Fire for the small ones, ice for the rest. Flowers go either way. You're gone back, talk to the old man on the belt. No, I hadn't thought of it. See, other people agree, BTB, that while Imp cuts your stats in half and is darned annoying, it could be helpful if when you're imped, you get a certain benefit. Do I take the buff so I can negate some water damage? I am now a water demon. My only, I don't know where I came up with it, it's just that there's no other way to negate water damage in the game. It's the only element that you don't have control over. At all. You can half it. You can't stop it. And only a select few can half it through certain gear. True, Gao and Go-Go could rage negate it. With a handful of rages. But most of the crew can wear a shield. Everyone can wear the Black Heart. Should do that. I should go back and talk to the old man. But the gold man never actually says anything that would be Sabin only. Right? He just generically talks, so that wouldn't make sense. I can't imagine anything being broken there. Now, do I want to bring Shadow? Instead of Locke? Locke is my item mule versus Shadow. Because Locke has to be... Yeah, it's tough to figure out. Yeah, when we get the boat, we'll head back there. Well, it's awfully nice of this guy to do this for us. Some mod I played said, "You darn LLGers, you low-level gamers at this point." Forget which one that was. I played many mods and versions of this game to try to keep up the replay value. Meat. Crime spree. Meat. 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 Was that Brave New World? I wonder if I don't think I played it then. I would have just had to have seen it. Which is also possible. I even played this one awful hard type. Like the JCE 3000, whatever. It wasn't particularly good, but it let Gao use claws. And I was all about that, because anything that made Gao incredibly overpowered more than he already is in vanilla was really good. We're talking... Vanilla is so ridiculous that you could give Gao the Merit Award and now he can fix dice, cat scratch. Yeah, Locke goes with us to Zozo, just because he's coming with us to the facility, so why not? We can stand to have a little bit of dead weight, we have numbers. And I have enough to get the drill. Cool. Earliest part of the game where you can get stoned? You actually might be more useful like that, Locke. Yeah, I'll leave you be for the moment. Kuzu, the bird we find over here, just wandering about. That would be helpful. If I can get Regen X going at the start of Dataluma. Kuzu would be a really good, like, traveling rage, too. If only Sabin was here, so we can remember the time that I took the kingdom out from under him. He didn't want it anyway. God forbid we don't have a monarchy, we have two people running the show. What? Yeah, last lap we took Shadow to Zozo. There, nice and even set numbers. 5's not an even number, but it's prettier than... Ma'am? Ma'am, please. All NPCs should be walk-throughable. Oh, I don't have enough pocket change for the inn. One moment. The green beret, right? What is this? Holy water. Sir. I'll be right back. You need to go kill a few wolves. Slay a few dogs. We can get pocket change. Wolves are immune to ice. They are tundra creatures. Try to get use out of most of the rages. Why not? There's cash up here. Aigu is Lodestone or Glare. Okay. Drop the controller. I thought I heard a weird sound on the audio track. They don't give a lot of experience overall. I think this hero ring was turned into 5,000 gold? Yes. Alright, not Kutsu. Well, could be Kutsu. Kutsu is a bug, not a different kind of bug, I guess. Okay. We're fine. Bird. Yeah, you like my, I have a 3D printed chocobo. Do we have any reason to stop in cold down here in Jidoor? Yeah, I would like to stay at the inn, actually, since we're on the verge of death. Could be helpful. Yeah, I don't need any of the shadow stuff. And we just take a bird back to Yeah, take a bird to Zozo. Maybe I'll do Chinese for dinner tonight. Get some spare ribs. Some dumplings. Yeah, that sounds good. You haven't had Chinese spare ribs? So good. Give him a hoot so that we can attempt a crime spree. Neat. 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 Alright. 4 out of 4 on meat. Darkwing Drake, hello! Except this time I'm playing it differently. Look, we got numbers. We got numbers for days. Look at that. Level 14. We don't have any clothes, but we got numbers. And that's gonna have to be enough. That doesn't sell for anything, though. Oh well. Your Highness. Senor Largeman. We show you that I've got spirit. Oh no. The gimmick this time, Darkwing, is that... Oh, you're allergic? Allergic. You're immune to gravity attacks. See, this would be an enemy I would want to use that on. Oh well. The gimmick this time is we're not wearing clothes. We get no protection from armor or relics. And I will attempt to use as few a number as possible. It took me until a run of Brave New World before I realized. I mean, this camera could also be used for the OnlyFans, right? Meat. 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 And sandwich with pancakes instead of bread. Bruh. Oh, that sounds amazing. I mean, that's exactly what it is. It's a porn. OnlyFans is a porn site that you have to pay to view. It's Snapchat Premium. It's Snapchat Premium. premium membership on, what's that porn site that just got practically shut down? People are not doing OnlyFans. Oh, beautiful healing shift. It's a wonderful item if you're into that kind of thing. That's right. But these people do an OnlyFans because they can make a lot of money doing it. I don't particularly have a desire to speedrun this anymore. It's been pretty well optimized by others, and any run that doesn't involve Gao is not very interesting. I have the record in my category of any percent using Gao. And when someone beats that, I might step back in and take it back. That's right, it's me. Although someone else did low level the game, they did not natural magic it as well. I had the low level victory with no natural magic in 2.0. Neat. My ridiculous determination at not giving up at the tentacle fight. Despite taking weeks to figure out. He must have really nice feet, I guess. I'm not a foot guy, guys or girls. I don't get it. Bravo to those guys who like feet. Because I feel like that's a very easy thing to get to see on someone. If I could feel about feet the way I do about other body parts, the world would be a much simpler place. Can you imagine those people that like feet? They go to the beach and they get to see feet all over the place. Whew. Really? Does she like your feet? Just your left one, not the right one. The right one's a little shaped. The right one's big toe shaped a little weird. Foot fetish market is big in Japan. There apparently are, like, when I was in Japan, I saw there are vending machines that sell underwear. My thought process, being innocent as I was, oh, that's so nice. So if you're out and about and this all the seafood gets to your stomach and the worst were to happen, you can just go buy new underwear. It's not for that. Like, I've gotten food poisoning a few times and had to have a backup pair of underwear with me. Don't tell the internet I like feet. What's wrong with you? Inappropriate. Way to go, Darkwing. Make the transition to open world Zelda and their first attempt at it. Be prepared for ridiculous camera controls and Nintendo's desperate attempt to shoehorn in. Breath of the Wild is really good, but they still haven't gotten the camera under control. It's very wonky sometimes. And my biggest gripe with it is their attempt to shoehorn in, just in case, motion controls. It's never good. We came up with motion controls. We have to use. Never seen Dataluma use Gale Cut. What? Hey, Cassie Butt. Yeah, feet. People like feet. Okay, we have a set slow here, yeah? So we have Stray Cat. Oh, we can just cast slow. I guess that works too. Nice. I watched someone play. They were sitting next to me on the couch watching them play Breath of the Wild, and this person had to get in such a weird angle to like get it to work that she's like this, going, "Daniel, come here, go push the confirm button." I guess, yeah. Oh, man, he hits hard. Woof. All right, snap out of it, Gao. Gonna need more than snowball out of you. All neat games. I like that they are releasing a lot of other games on the Switch. Like, I saw a bunch of the ones on I have on Steam. I saw they're also released on the Switch. Like The Messenger, I believe, is on Switch. Return of the Obra Dinn. It's on Steam. I would recommend getting it on Steam because PC is superior. But Obra Dinn, if you have not played it, it's made by the same people who did Papers, Please, and it's really good. That is the last remnant. That is quite the name. I don't believe that's a person. Do I have any mods in chat right now? I do. Odom. Version 2, oh, I forgot my pants. You were the man. I just, because of the way I named the stream, that's actually a really funny line. Odom, strike down that robot. You have a sword. It's so funny, it's so random. Yes. That's why I gave you the sword. Satchel of Richards. It'd be really funny that if you stole the Slim Jim from Dataluma, then he can't use it. That would be a neat interaction. Still standing. Alright, get the drill on. Alright, we can survive. And slow. Oh, I get it. I got it. Last February. You haven't seen your lady friend since February? Almost a year? I'm sorry to hear that, man. Oh, hey, thanks, Odom. I appreciate that. These rude boys jumping in and throwing rocks at us. Oh, yeah. That's really good. At some point, I've got to, when I get back into my map game phase, I'll want to pick up that mod you're making. Go for it all. You might have been the first person to do it, so yeah. Maybe founder is to one of the first few. I don't know. Daddaloo must sped up. Goodbye to the sky. And everyone has it, so. I had a couple advertisements on the radio. When I lived in Los Angeles, back at my time at UCLA, I wanted to be it was a part of me back when I was 19 and a half, 20, that wanted to be an actor. I never got any, real gigs out there, but I did manage to get a couple of radio adverts that paid the bills. I have gone out for a few auditions for Broadway and off-Broadway over in, northeast, up by New York, since it's right there. Poor child's gonna have brain damage. Fail. If I had actually stayed out there, I probably could have gotten into it. Oh, what little quip. Jim, no! now that I have this camera, I can do this stream that I've been wanting to do for a while of, because my dream growing up is I always wanted to be a Disney prince. Like, I always wanted to be a voice actor for Disney. So we can do a, so I've always felt like I had the voice for Disney. And you know those people make a lot of money. Yeah. Nothing wrong with wanting to be Gaston. Belle? Oh, Belle? The worst part is that the Broadway version of Beauty and the Beast, Gaston has 2 extra songs that when they made the redo recently, live action, they didn't give him his songs. And that's really sad. Like, before Gaston proposes to Belle, he gets a song in the musical. And it's really good. I have not liked any of the new ones. I recently saw The Lion King and was very confused as to how they could make The Lion King. It looked nice, but the acting was terrible. The singing was awful. Like, aesthetically, it looked great. They cut the entire villain song. They just cut Be Prepared entirely. Lock. Nice. Nice. That's right. If you ever read the Brothers Grimm version of The Little Mermaid, it's very different than what Disney did. $50-50. Yeah, we're good. Drill him, Edgar. Drill him. Drill him good. Right in between the legs. Like, I shudder to think how they're going to try to PC up the Hunchback of Notre Dame. The Hunchback of Notre Dame, which is notable for having the best villain song in all of Disney. They have a villain song where the villain is having an entire song about how the main lead female gives him a boner. So therefore she must be evil and needs to die. Or be his and compliment that boner. Yes, by spooning her. Thanks, Dadaluma. It's called Hellfire. Heck, in the Beauty and the Beast version on Broadway, even the Beast gets a song. It's called Beauty and the Beast. The Belle sings the whole time, but in the cartoon, he only gets a singular line in a song to sing. In the musical, he gets a whole song singing about how if I can't have Belle, then this is the end of me. We'll have a whole stream of just karaoke. We'll have a good time. Tragic like the actual Brothers Grimm version of Beauty and the Beast. Yeah, this boss, he's beefy, but for a good reason. This is the culmination. Kefka is not the culmination of Act 1. This is the real culmination. You have the team. You put together a team. Go do the moves. Here is your wall between you and Espers. This is where all those critics of the game stopped playing because they couldn't handle it. Past up to this point. See, that's why that randomizer would be so good. A randomizer that the only thing it randomizes is what people you get when. Does Locke save Celes in South Figaro, or does Locke save Mog? Is it Locke doing the saving, or is it Strago saving Mog in South Figaro? Who do we find on the veldt but the Yeti? Just an abominable snowman roaming the hills. Who's the retainer of Doma? Realm. Team AFK enforced. Back. Less than ideal. I proved in one run that Team AFK of Raging, Gao, and Go-Go, Yeti, and Mog, Dancing Mog, was able to beat the game. They won't let me even target my own people when he's not on the board. Rude. Now that he's back, I can punch Celes in the head. Oh, that could set Sap. It knows there's no targets on the board, so it won't let me swing it. I will now slow him. The regen in the air is bringing back quite a bit of health that I can't chip off with blocking. He's fine. Shadow would have been more useful than Locke, but Locke gave us a supply of meat. Locke is here for items. He's not throwing up mirage bombs. I don't think I've ever lost to Dataluma before. Oh man, we have Dispel. I've never used Dispel. There were bosses where Dispel is helpful. We're gonna get a chance to use Dispel. 024 does something I don't like. I can just get rid of it. Say no, move on. I could use Scan. We spent a long time on 024 in the low level run. Because many of his moves were wipes. Fortunately, my first pass through this, wanting to use my favorite people, like Cyan, Gao, they're very well suited for this fight. Call her Terra. See, this one line makes it really funny. If you could name her anything, you call her Old Man? How odd. If any of you are interested in the that song I was talking about for Gaston, it's called Me. Really sets the tone of who Gaston is. Then came the War of the Magi. War of the Magi. Long, long ago. New Threat did it really, because I played that other mod for 7 and thought New Threat could make it more interesting. It almost more interesting, I guess. 7's just such a droll game. I don't like it. And no amount of retooling based off of Brave New World will make the gameplay not remarkably simple. But they did at least add in a way to skip a cutscene. The long one. The one that's like an hour and a half long. Even if we had a chance to just skip the whole Esper world later. You want to walk around for 5 to 10 minutes? Figure out who you're supposed to poke? No? Alright, see ya. I guess this is also the team that gets to go with us to the minecarts. What's the alternative? Sabin? He can set stop, but we'll have Rain Man. We'll be able to fight anything we run into because of Rain Man. And Ice 1. Oh, and Dark had mentioned getting Breath of the Wild. One thing I really wish Breath of the Wild had was an ability to skip the tutorial. Like an option to just select it on a... You could pick on subsequent playthroughs that just gives you the first 4 shrines and the paraglider and says go. Kills a lot of the replay value for me when you gotta sit through the tutorial. I'm on my like 80th playthrough of this game because the Brave New World has fixed. You're immediately thrown into the changes. The changes don't start here. The changes start in the intro. Yeah, and when you play your next pass of Breath of the Wild, and you beat the game and go, you know what? Let's try it again, but never equipping a shirt. That was how I played my first pass of Breath of the Wild, by doing it with never wearing a shirt, because it's funny to see shirtless Link. It takes quite a bit of time to get used to weapons breaking. It's a very strange thing they decided to add. Weapons and shields and bows all breaking, so you're actually getting a negative gain from fighting a lot of things. Like, I don't know, give him... They made Deku sticks break too, and that one in the 64, Ocarina. But you had a weapon that didn't break. And you're thinking to yourself, oh man, does that mean even the Master Sword breaks? Yes. The Master Sword does break. It respawns, but it breaks too. Ocarina of Time was one of the few games I had on the 64. I never beat it. As a kid, I didn't have I wasn't really into Zelda. I think I barely made it to Adult Link, and then was bored of the game. I had Super Smash Brothers. I had Blast Corps. I had all the Mario parties that was on that, and Mario 64. I had a lot of games as a kid that was far more interesting than Zelda. Alright, here's the crew. Now this crew to defeat Ultros. I don't have any source of lightning. Guess it wouldn't hurt just to get... Get Bolt 2 on you? Oops. Ah, chance for Slim Jim. I did not remember to use my Slim Jim against Adeluma, so I saved it for later. Yeah, that was on purpose. Yes! Beautiful. I'll take that. Oh. Bees and their double attacks. Oh, 64. I had Pokemon Puzzle League, which is what I probably spent most of my time playing. Back in the day, I was awesome at Pokemon Puzzle League. It's a game of champions, a game of kings. The game of where is the Locust in Kudzu? Not the Kudzu, yeah, Kudzu. Where is the Kudzu then? Or Locust, I'll take that too. Thought you guys were in this area, but I guess I was wrong. Yeah, I'd never heard of Wario's Woods until like recently. My little brother played a lot of Banjo-Kazooie, but I wasn't into that. I had Mario 64. Why do you need off-brand Mario? Alright, maybe we'll check the woods. Nice. Another Slim Jim. Kicked in the head for taking that Slim Jim. Save us, Gao. See? Bomb has a purpose. You get in a bad situation, Gao's got your back. Which could be a very valid tactic, provided you have a lot of Phoenix Downs. And you could give Gao health. Which you can through like the red cap, green beret, no muffler. Not with like, he doesn't have an Esper level that gives him health. Pure health Gao. Rage forever. Or just blow up and take everyone with you. Now, the event flag I always forget about. Poke this. The number of times I've gone to the Opera House without this scene. Because you don't know to go to the Opera House until you do this. Maria. The most beautiful sound I ever heard. Maria, Maria, Maria. Setsu's gonna be really good with him in this no pants run. I can give him magic Esper levels and have his slots heal us forever. I'm assuming they're all based off of magic. Seems like a fair assumption. Alright, let's check the woods. Maybe the enemy I'm looking for is in there? Maybe he's not in this area. Mandrake and wasps. Where the heck are locusts then? Oh, Mario Golf and Mario Tennis. Can't forget about those classics. I learned everything I know about golf from Mario Golf. Don't know how real it is to real life. I've only ever been mini golfing once. It was fun. I want to go again. I'm really bad at it. That's what makes it fun. Back attacks are rough. This is why I always just ignore them with back guards. Full health, survive as much as possible. You won't be punching, so yeah, magic speed. We've reached the part of the game where back attacks can happen. You get immediately punished for not wearing the back guard. This is our third back attack. Not that likely to happen. Yes, it is. Well, we have a solution. Problem solved. Thanks, Gao. Magic speed. Hold out for Golem for the health. There are other combinations in these woods. He's sleeping, so just leave him be. Handful more battles, and luck will have Bolt 2. We can move on. No fighters in the woods. I should wander around outside for more Slim Jim. Alright, Gao. You know what you need to do. We have the solution. Celes lights the fuse. Celes lit the fuse and Gao went boom. Without the back guard, a lot of the encounters in this game are very rude. And they hit a lot harder when you're not wearing pants. I could go get Golem right now. Do I have anything to sell? Yeah, I have a few things I could sell. Yeah, let's go. I need to grind anyway for some spell points. May as well do it on a call. Oh my goodness, again. See, without the back guard on, these things will happen. Yes, another Slim Jim. Beautiful. Light the fuse. Yeah, we're gonna sell. We've been selling. That's why we have next to nothing. Light the fuse. Goodbye. People, I don't know why people claim that Bomb is not a good rage. I find uses for Bomb all the time. More fighters. Crime. Meat. Crime. Meat. Ooh, 900 damage. Attaboy, Edgar. Walk up here, buy Golem. We'll sell everything, buy Golem. Alright, crime. Failed. Oh, we tried. Oh, lock. Lock, it's your sole job. You're here for crime. The Kung Fu men dodge the rocks. It makes sense. Small child throws a rock at you. You're a Kung Fu man. Hitting them with ice sets stop. Freeze the plant. Can't reach out and touch you with his tentacle. Almost there. Oh, those health things will add up. Yeah, we're not going to need Berserk, sadly. Berserker will not be the way we do this. Dance Zerker, probably. No, I was going to save your thing for Golem. Oh well. A little bit of speed won't hurt. Alright, liquidation. We can throw all of these, so I'll hold on to them for now. Club, thief glove. It could be competitive on the floating continent, throwing those knives. Give Shadow something to do. Boots. Shielded of the night. That powers up his Bio Blaster. So there's that. Razor Leaf, which is somehow wind and earth elemental. I don't get it. Pick up Golem. Senor, Mr. Bob. Yeah, well, not so excited about the vigor. The health would be the bigger reason to get this for him. Do want to learn safe. Thinking the plan for Ultros is Locke uses lightning and Gao throws tinctures at Locke, so Locke can keep using lightning. Yeah. Whoops. Well, this is where we get off. You good, audio? Still had a bit of the bird sound going. Crime. Meat. Crime. Meat. Crawler is going to take care of all the rats. Although, are rats blindable? Because if they are, Sandstorm would actually be really good on them. I think Magnitude can kill him outright, though. Where's my bestiary? I have the Dawkins. Hey, rats. Yeah, they're blindable. Sandstorm would actually be a really good rage to use on them. Oh, this time we have use around it. Like, what's your ult? Your ult is just a 2 times attack. But it's most of the time we'll use Sandstorm. I'll try Sandstorm. If I don't like it, I'll switch to Crawler. Yes, I saw that, and I know that because the paperwork. The documentation. Very little things left to have to guess and figure out, and nothing's obscured from you. It is horribly polite, and I love it. Alright, was that enough for Bolt 2? Alright, there's Bolt 2, there's Bolt 1. Would've really liked safe. Float. We're not going to get 10 spell points on the way to Ultros. Well, the rats could give it to us. Yeah, we'll walk. One step. Alright, Crime. Crime and Gao, you know what to do. Neat. Gao knows how to diffuse the situation. Huh? That's like, what, half a dozen times now I've used Bomb to my advantage? It costs a little. But it gets us out of a jam. The chance of a back attack. This is why I always glued the back guard to it. You know, it's not worth it. Light the fuse. Like thinking in the back of my head, did I trigger the scene or am I coming down here for no reason? I triggered it, don't worry. Basic cure. Not quite there, but I guess Vigor would work for Drill and Auto Crossbow, so it's not a waste to give this to him. Yeah, faster speed and Bio Blaster and Flash versus Auto Crossbow, Drill, and health. Yeah. And a run where we can actually afford to cast Golem. Whoa! Yes, us again. Alright, let's make sure Locke and Gao are on the same side. All Edgar has to do is use Golem and then drill him every time he moves. I would prefer to just cast Safe on Protect on Locke, but it's not the way things lined up. Are you mad? Hence the decoy, man. Me? Nice night at the opera. Yo. Not bad. Let me get that out of get the little phlegm out of your system before you get on stage. All these people paying to see a show, not getting the real actress. Swindled. I mean, look at this orchestra that consists of 10 standing double basses. It's intense. Very deep. We're the only ones up here. Not a very popular performance today. The East and West. We're waging war. Draco, the West's great hero, thinks of his love, Maria. Is she safe? Is she waiting? A pretty song. I like it. He's a helper. Can't run in our dress. Prince Rolfs of the East took her hand by force, but she never stopped yearning for Draco. I love you so. Maria, Maria, return to return to me. I like it. They twirl the lady, twirl the man. Men should be twirled too. Ancho. Inconceivable. Kings of Rogue, knave of the Western Hold, you would address my queen to be Maria. Never shall you have Maria's hand. I shall die before that day comes. Then we duel. Yeah, it's gonna take me 5 minutes to drop it. Oh no. Christopher Walken snuck into Ultros too. It's going to take me 5 minutes to push the boulder. Make sure nothing snuck into our equipment. No, okay, we're good. We got our panic button. We've got Golem. We've got Crawler. We'll be fine. Fight me. Oh, pincer attacked. Gosh. Immediately. Actually. Can Gao just say no to these encounters? Yes! Bomb is also the answer to the rats. I never knew you can get back attacked, pincer attacked on these. Give him the stank, because the stank can't miss. Pick up the child and do it again. This is your fate, Gao. Thank you. A regular encounter, so we can try out Sandstorm. I imagine blinding them would be quite helpful. If it doesn't just outright kill most of them. Well, whenever we get pincer attacked or back attacked, Bomb can usually just solve the issue. Okay, so antidote, meat. Make sure these two are on the same side. Was that enough for yes, just enough. All right. No points to get otherwise. Yeah, life. Let's roll. Oh no! No, yeah, Sandstorm greater than magnitude in this scenario. Because they can be blind. Although, I suppose Rock would have been even better, since they can be confused. Multi-target damage and confusion. Never mind the fact that Draco and Ralst there, the actors, are going to need serious hospitalizations for this octopus and 3 men falling on top of him. But the show must go on. Oh. Music. Friends, gentlemen, we can't fight in here. This is the war room. That's regen, yeah. Let's start strong. Oh, no, not. That was not Ramuh. That was the panic button that we're going to waste. Oh, hopefully we don't end up needing it. Carries a panic button. It casts life. It does be healing and revives everyone who's dead. Edgar actually needs a tincture. Don't usually get to play it on one of these laps where buffs are helpful. This is gonna be nice. Helpful and necessary. Okay, handle the tooth. Tooth, the whole tooth, and nothing but the tooth. Right, these are all different Ultroses. I may as well just poke him until he gets back to the other. Or we just keep spreading out the damage, because why not? Nice, right in the middle. Fix that, because Imp in this just halves your outgoing damage, I believe, so I can hit him big here. I didn't bleed this one. He ran away. After only one hit. Did he set sap? He did. He's toast. Oh, Kai, I'm your father. No! It's not possible! Most protagonists don't know their parents, so yeah. It's a rule of JRPGs. Right, you think you grow up to become a thief if you had a good childhood? Pretty fortunate that he's only cycling between these two. I thought it was more or less random which ones he cycled through, but I guess not. Yeah, he could have been a dentist. A decent field to be in. Alright, so I never bled you. Oh gosh, stop running away every time! Okay, well that was a fairly quick one because he kept... There are 5 different Ultroses on that fight. Up, middle, down left, down right. They all have their own health pool, you only have to deplete one of them. He just kept cycling through left and mid. I mean, no complaints on my part. That side there, it's just... That's him? Day 2, in Act 2. Very dramatic curtains. Lavish affection upon you. I will be back shortly. Picturing Setsu with like a snidely whiplash kind of handlebar mustache. Shouldn't make a Dudley Do-Right reference here. People don't know that show. Just hide behind the couch, and when he comes in, you jump out, you knock him unconscious, take his ship. We'll figure out how to fly it. Gao bird! Gao! Gao will be fine, the other 3, not so much. The Empire has ruined my business, and the Empire has made me a rich man. And become an animal. Attain all of its properties. For the cost of, you know, being stuck that way until someone smacks you out of it. Whoa, 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 bruh. Dogs have a rough life. I mean, oh, you can almost see him. He's on. My dog's actually on the couch right there, just off camera. He's sleeping though. I won't bother him. Someday he might venture into cam. Every now and then the cat wants to jump up in the lap. Where is the cat? The cat's probably on the cat tower. The cat was sleeping on the treadmill earlier. They never go about explaining how they managed to stow away on the ship here. One of those don't worry about it kind of deals. It's 3 in the afternoon. He's sleepy. It's time for his afternoon nap after his morning nap. Looking good, Edgar. Use a few of these getting out of bad situations. Right, give Celis back her Esper. Nothing to say. Alright, so that's been 7 hours. 40 minutes less on the game clock. Why? Why no, it was 35 minutes less on the game clock. I didn't lose any time on my wipes. I guess I lost a little bit on the belt, because I died in the trench. I feel like that was 20 minutes of progress. We have some espers, we have points, we cast spells, we can get bigger with our lack of pants. I think that was a really good first pass at this. Oh, dog's leaving. See you later, Juice. The article for Nesticles up there. Alright. So, yeah, we'll call that, and then next time we'll continue forward with 2.0 I Forgot My Pants. Thanks for watching.